like you will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.
Is this your job? Are you a photographer? Show me ID card. Show me ID card. Show me ID card.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know, there's so many designations out there. All the people out there, greetings to you. Any sentient being out there, greetings to you too. And yeah, I thought I should do this live. It's a brief one. And the idea is to discuss truths versus facts. And how do we actually know what the truth is? Because there are so many truths out there. And I find that maybe even I myself am also guilty of not being able to ascertain the truth. Because a lot of people keep telling me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I needed to dig deeper to get into the truth. I don't understand it, and maybe that's why they are correct. Or is it that maybe they don't understand something? You know, we like to talk about this elephant concept where 4 blind men go and touch the elephant from different parts. I always like to think of myself as somebody, if somebody gives me part of a truth, I will accept it and hope they accept mine. And when I'm having conversations, I tend to prefer to go for the truth and try to separate what is not true from what is actually true. Because when you mix them up, the one that is not actually true tends to cancel out the truth. It seems to ruin the truth completely, which is very interesting about how life makes these things look. And truth is vital for life. And it's vital if you have a problem. Truth is so vital. If there is a problem that you need to solve that requires truth, almost nothing else to solve it. Because even when you solve it, you won't even know that you solved it. Because you are not approaching it in a truthful manner. And for me, I don't know how people define truth generally. I like to go for what is described as objective truth. Objective truths are said to be truths that are generally accepted. That is how the stuff or the whatever is being discussed is generally accepted that is true. Like it's a fact. Fact is another one that is also generally accepted. Like in many cases, people will say parents are always younger than their children, isn't it? People will say that is a truth, and some people will say it's a fact. Maybe some scientists will be like, but maybe it's not always a fact. You never know whether people can travel back in time, have children, and so it's not always a fact based from the point of view of a scientist. But everybody knows that is objectively true. A parent is always older than their children, and it's a fact. It's a truth, and it's a fact. Fact is incontrovertible, but truth shifts that a little bit in terms of tends to be more subjective. It means that based on your experience, what you've seen and what you've understood, you decide that that's the conclusion you've reached. It doesn't make it objectively true. Now, let me try to get into this more properly, because truth is a strange concept for many people to grasp. They think subjective truth is truth. It's not. Like that concept of an elephant with blind men going to touch different parts. Some of them touch the legs, some of them touch the ears, and they describe what they see. Some of them say the thing looks like a rod, and the other people say it's flat, and different things. They are all touching parts of the truth, but it's not the objective truth. The objective truth is that the elephant is the elephant, and it's made up of all those parts that they are touching. Often it's like that. And this is why when somebody gives me what I consider a subjective truth that is really within the bounds of the objective truth, I will accept it, because I will know that, okay, based on what this person said, it is tied to what I'm thinking already. So if they add some context to it, I will accept it. But I find when we are having conversations that a lot of people reject it outright. They'll be like, no. What you've just said is wrong. And they feel like if they accept your truth, somehow you are superior. I don't understand how accepting some other person's truth makes you inferior. If anything, it makes you superior, especially if you have some other things that you already understand more than they do. Imagine those 4 blind men touching that elephant. And all of them have their own information separately, the 4 blind men. And one of them decided to relate to the next blind man, to him, and said, you know what I feel? I feel this. I feel like it's flat. Even if you feel like yours is like a tube or a leg, I feel like it's flat too. So what had just happened is that blind man that told the other blind man the state of their own truth, that it is flat, has equipped the other blind man with greater truth. Because that other blind man didn't just touch the leg, they now have information that it's also flat. But while the one that provided the information doesn't even have it. So this is how I approach life. If you give me truth, I will accept it. But don't give me rubbish and expect me to accept it. And if I tell you are wrong, try to get to the truth. Try to convince me. If you cannot convince me, then maybe you're not making a good enough case. And in my own case too, I question myself. If I cannot convince somebody, maybe I'm not making enough case. You have to open your eyes to the truth of both sides, because if I cannot convince you that my idea is correct, then I've not appealed to your way of accepting facts. I feel like this is where the conversation is quite important, actually. The question about whether our way of perceiving truth is broken. Because the way we perceive truth is based on feelings, emotive stuff. That's how we perceive truth. I noticed that this is how pastors talk to Nigerians. I was watching the Reverend Ladi, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I didn't mistake his name or butcher it one way or the other. He was on Adeola's platform. I noticed whenever she asked him a question, he often went on to say something very emotive about very, very visceral, tragedies that has occurred. Like if they ask him, what is the solution to what you are saying? Like, then he will start from, I had this experience and this woman's daughter was completely butchered. That's the kind of language he uses. He uses emotive language. And if you go to the chart, you probably see a lot of people supporting him. You see what I mean? So even if what he's saying is not even objectively true or factual, people believe it. And that is extremely, extremely dangerous for survival. It's even worse than some other person coming to attack you, because by yourself, you automatically cannot see the truth. And you are dead and you don't even know it. Because if you approach life without knowing the truth, sooner or later you'll get caught out. You'll find that you will not progress. Everything you do will be failing because you are not reaching the greater truth. This world, everybody's trying to reach the greater truth and surpass each other with it. No nation will lie to itself and expect to succeed. No people will lie to themselves terribly and expect to succeed. They try to grasp the greater truth, the most important truth. Hence, they get an advantage over the next person. Not because any of them have absolute truth. Nobody does. Nobody living does. But if you have more than the next person, you are more likely to survive in this world. That's how truth is tied to survival. If you have better of it and you're able to manage it, you do better. Lie to yourself, consequences will follow. Life will treat you the way it treats people that don't want to see. It's like walking around blind and expecting to survive. Sooner or later, you walk into some deadly stuff and you either off a cliff or something. And you'll be done away with, and nobody will remember you. And the life will just forget you and replace you with the ones that follow through, that can actually see the true world. So that is how I look at truth. Truth is light. Especially in religion, they talk about it from that point of view. They literally call truth light. When they say, like in the Gnostics, they believe that the purpose of life is for us to return to light. And they use it interchangeably with truth. And sometimes I'm beginning to think that there is something to be said for that. Because if you look at how we're able to build, now I'm streaming from the internet here. Does it not seem like magic that I'm sitting all the way in the UK and able to talk to you all over the world? That is because somebody decided to say, you know what, let me figure out how this thing works, and it is true. Let me figure out how the next one works, it's true. Do you know how many truths have to come together to create this? There's no falsehood there. If there is one falsehood, it will not work. Things have to be truthful to have better function. If I go and lie about, or the people that are designing this stuff saying, plug this in through this way, it's going to work, while in reality it's meant to be plugged in the other direction. If you plug it that way, you can try for 1,000 years, this live stream is not going to work. That is what truth means. It means that you are able to do things that you would think was impossible. Human beings are cracking the atom now. They're able to crack something you cannot even see with your eye. You can barely even see it with the microscope at all. That's electron microscope. And yet, it creates some of the most powerful and devastating energy, or if you want to look at it, bomb that we know of, that can level cities. Something you cannot see with your eye can all level cities. Because somebody decided, like, what is that thing? Let me learn what the truth about that thing is. Truth. Not feelings, not trauma, nothing. Truth. And somehow, the world seems to reward it. It doesn't care what they use it for. Even if they go and use it for evil, bomb, destroy cities and all the rest. But the world prefers that guy that will use it to level cities than the moron that will not bother to seek the truth. Because they are the ones that will be leveled. You know what I mean? If you don't seek it, you are the one that will be leveled, and the one that lent it will not be. Why does the world reward that? Don't you ask yourself? Because it means that all those things we take as important, feelings and all the rest, is not relevant. That is a human thing. But truth is almost woven into reality itself. If a tree is in the forest, to show you what I'm talking about, that truth is woven into reality itself. If a tree is in the forest, how do we know that tree is in the forest? If I go and see that tree in the forest, I come back, I tell you that I saw one tree in the forest. How do I know that that tree is still there when I leave? How do I know? Because if, say, Bumbure goes to that forest and sees the same tree and comes back and reports it to me, we describe exactly the same thing. What is happening there? It means even without me being there, that tree is still there. The concept is said to be object permanence. In other words, it's not about me. It's not about anything else. And even if you send a goat there, let's say the tree, instead of a tree, is hay that horses eat. And horses, when they are hungry, they go and eat hay. I go there, I see the hay. Then I release a horse to go to that same location. That horse will go there and come back with their belly full because they ate that hay. Not because the horse care about what I'm thinking about, because that object is there. Object permanence. Truth doesn't change because of your feelings. The universe preserves it. It's for you to crack it open and find out what it's telling you. That is why truth is important. And I fear that the way many of us talk, the way we communicate with each other, we don't seem to understand it. We tend to go around dividing, arguing repeatedly against facts. Now, I'm going to share some facts that I talked about in the previous live stream. The fact that we don't have enough personnel. I'll give you my reasoning. It's very simple, really. Why do we always have to wait until something goes wrong before we act? Is that not a sense of a people with a broken self-threat assessment? Why should you have to wait until something goes wrong before you secure yourself? It doesn't make sense, does it? Because when you build a house, you don't say, I don't need a door. I'm waiting to be robbed first before I put a door on it. The reason why you do that, the reason why you put a door, because you've heard of other people being robbed. Not just a door, a lock, burglary proof and everything. You've heard of other people being robbed. So, if we follow that logic, we've heard of other countries being attacked. We've seen other nations with so much power that they can just wave their wand and Nigeria will be level. Why don't we do something about that? It's a simple question. Why don't we do something about that? Why do we wait until something goes wrong first before we act? Is that logical behavior? Do we ask ourselves, what are we subjecting our future generations to here? And it begs the question, when you decide to reveal it to people, they fight you. They say you don't know what you're talking about. First, one other thing they always say that I find peculiar is they will say they agree with you and the same time they're fighting you. That why are you saying that? How about the salaries? How about the corrupt politicians and all the rest? It's like, but that is all the things you just said is true. Why don't you just accept what I've said is true too? So that we deal with all of them. You go, You recruit those people to protect all the villages, all the schools. As a matter of fact, you make it like a trap that if the bandits show up, they will be caught. They won't escape. They don't have any escape. You do those things so that it doesn't happen again. That is logical connection of truths. We do this every day. We do this every time we build houses. Some of us even do worse than that. We don't even just build a house and put a lock. We put gate, we put burglary proof, we put our house in an estate, then we put a fence around the property in the house that it's already fenced, the estate is already fenced. So then they will fence the property inside the estate, put all those barbed wires at the top of the fence. Then they will hire a gate man at the gate of that estate. Then they will go further, the local area, they will hire vigilantes to protect their areas. They've not been robbed once. So these same Nigerians have not been robbed once. Those same Nigerians, if you tell them protect the entire country, they start fighting you. See, send Swift. What I am saying is that our people tend to be illogical when you discuss national security with them. Even when I put it simply and said, we are already spending the money, but we are spending it in a mumu way. Like, we are buying burglary proof. Oyibo people don't buy burglary proof. Most of them don't. We spend a lot of money hiring gate men. Most Oyibo properties, they don't hire gate men. Barbed wires, they don't do that. They don't put a window guard and all kinds of things we spend a lot of money on investing in, and those things don't even keep us safe because you still have to come out of the house. So why not just channel all that money into the state to upgrade the security posture? Now, another one that you will notice in Nigeria, most people don't think about it from this point of view, like power supply. In Nigeria now, they don't generate enough power supply. I think it's about 6 gigawatts that they generate for the entire country, which is pathetic because even Iran that has been under sanction for over 40 years can generate 70 gigawatts. 70 gigawatts versus 6. That said, this is the part most Nigerians don't know. At least they know, but I've never heard it this way before anyway. Is that we actually generate a lot of power. We generate about maybe up to 30 gigawatts at least of power, but most of that 30 gigawatts is from generators, solar panels, power sources that are not efficient. Like everything else, we do it so inefficiently. Just like we spend so much money on burglary proofing and all the rest of it, that's how we do it with power supply, water supply. That's why we build a lot of boreholes. Our societies are designed to be very, very inefficient. Our societies are designed to be very, very inefficient. No, when I say 6 gigawatts, I mean gigawatts, not megawatts. Megawatts, if you want to put it in megawatts, 6,000 megawatts. So I'm referring to 6 gigawatts that Nigeria produces that we actually use. I'm not even sure we use the 6 gigawatts because transmission lines are not always up to par. Maybe now they are trying to do something about it. But even if other 6 gigawatts is getting to houses, that is minuscule to what we need. So most of the power we generate, which is up to 30 gigawatts, we generate, is actually from generators, from inefficient power sources. Otherwise, do you think Nigeria would have survived if we were generating only 6 gigawatts? We will be if you think what we have right now is something is bad, it will be far worse. If we're surviving on only 6 gigawatts, hey God, you're not going to be able to light Lagos with 6 gigawatts alone. You can't. You can't even light Lagos at all with 6 gigawatts. So most of our energy is generated from generators, but terribly inefficiently. Now, It goes into everything we do, from law enforcement, the way we talk about even criminals, we talk about bandits and all the rest. We so illogical about everything. We exaggerate everything. Like now, some people literally, call even no, to be fair, they even call me a terrorist. So I'm not shocked. They call Sheikh Gumi a terrorist as if he is the bandit himself that is acting as bandit. You might call him a terrorist sympathizer. You might call him somebody that is, you're comfortable being too close, that he's too close to terrorists. But he's not a terrorist. He's not the one going, and I'm not sure he's advocating that he should kill people. If he was doing that, I'm sure he would be in jail by now. That if he was there telling bandits to go and kill people, he would be in jail. Not that I'm defending him. A lot of Muslims have their own questions to answer. Because many of them are just as brainwashed like mad, like even the Southerners that are practicing Christianity. Like I had a panelist earlier on talk about, I will die Christian. I will die Christian. I will never die a Muslim. I like our Christian Nigerians because they tend to be, by and large, peaceful people. They don't go about attacking either the Muslims, although they do treat the native traditional worshippers badly. But I've not heard of cases where they actually go and start attacking them too. They are quite peaceful from that point of view. But to say you're going to die for that religion when what you should be ready to die for is your people, I don't know what to tell you about that. Because your people should always come first. Your people is one of the things, the Bible say Adam and Eve was in there, was left with, it was just two of them there. Even in the Bible, it was a person that God gave Adam. It wasn't like, oh, just keep worshiping me and that's it. Otherwise, there's no need for Eve. You have to protect life. You always have to protect life first. Always. You see, when you start thinking like that, you are beginning to be wise. Because if you don't protect life, you don't protect your children, you don't protect your family, you don't protect your people, then you're already dying because you're putting a religion first. That the only thing God gave you is life. He didn't tell you to start this thing, angling to go to some kind of heaven. If that was the case, he probably would have given you the address. God didn't hide the sun. God did not hide the sun. He did not hide, God did not hide the sky, did not hide the ground. So why hide heaven from you? Why hide hell from you? Illogical. Again, things you cannot verify, our people believe it more strongly than things that they can see with their own eyes. For the life of me, I struggle to understand that way of thinking. Yes, I can understand that people sometimes can feel like if they concede a point, that the person they are conceding the point to will get the credit and they feel competitive to want to do that. I guess where I'm frustrated is the subject matter. That's what makes me a little bit unsettled and a little bit agitated when people do that. Because when the subject matter is so grievous and so important, why are you making it about yourself? Who cares whether the one person is correct and the other person is learning from it? I don't care. I will learn from anybody that is going to give me the truth to help me solve my problems. If they tell me, okay, these bandits, what we need to do is to go fasting for a year, and I check it and I say, those people, they did fasting and it solved the problem, I'll go and do the fasting because you have given me cause to believe that that thing is true. But many of our people, they've not given any cause to believe it, and they will still believe. Some of them, they've been saying, repeating the same thing for 60 years, and they will still believe in that thing, even if that thing has never worked for 60 years. You see why pastors are progressing in Nigeria? The reason why pastors are progressing in Nigeria is not because they are too clever. It's because our sense of truth is broken. We fall for anybody that tells us what we want to hear. We are so susceptible to being conned. Has anybody ever asked how easily how we were able to con us so easily? They use one of us to fight each other every time. They use us to fight each other very easily, and they defeated us. We made it so easy for them, really. Why do you think that was so easy for them to deceive us? Because we tend to be quite gullible, almost childlike in our way of believing people. And because many times when people attack me, I am like OCD, downright OCD, not doing that, because I don't care about patronizing you. And they don't like it. People don't like it when you don't tell them what they want to hear. They don't like it because if you tell them what they don't want to hear, one, they feel like if they accept what you are saying, they may lose face. Sometimes there's even a subliminal fear to accept the truth, maybe because of history. Thirdly, they also fear that stuff, if they accept it, they will have to do something. So they are a little bit too lazy. They would rather choose the part where some other person will do the job. And this is why many of us are welcoming Trump. Because we don't want to have to force our government to recruit people or throw them out of office. We don't want to have to do that. That is hard now. Eh? Let's go and get some other person to solve the problem. That will be easier. Even if we know that person will not solve the problem. Even if we know that at least we have the information that shows us that truth, but we reject the truth and still go for the lie, because the lie makes us feel better. This is what I mean by it appears our sense of truth is broken. We accept lies. That's why pastors they do so well. All those bandits that are going about killing people and Boko Haram, why do you think they are doing all those things? Because they too have a broken sense of truth. If you have to be killing your own fellow human beings, your own fellow Nigerians, while just a few 100 kilometers away, your own people are being killed because they are not Arabs. Is that not a problem with truth? You have a problem with, you have a serious problem with relating to truth. You don't relate, your relationship with truth is broken because you are not communicating what somebody that is getting a feedback from truth is doing. You're not behaving like that. Because if somebody gets a feedback from truth and say, you know what, I'm busy fighting and killing people on behalf of this religion that I believe so strongly in. But these same people that brought me this religion are killing my people that look like me because I'm not like them. Maybe I should not be killing my own people because of this religion. This is what I mean by you have to preserve life. You have to preserve your own people first. Another area I find we struggle with truth is national identity. We struggle with that truth. Oh my God, we struggle with that truth. Yesterday I was having a conversation and some people said, oh yeah, we can't do anything about tribalism, we're just tribal. Yeah, we know that we are tribal. The whole point is to prevent that tribalism from damaging you. In other words, you can be tribal and still be a nationalist. People think they are mutually exclusive, or if you do one, you can't do the other one. No, you can. Both of them are perfectly compatible. You see, now that is, it gets to one of those core areas that many of us struggle with. Where did you get the idea that to put your tribe's interest first means your national interest has to be put at the back burner. Where did you get that idea? Because the idea is if your nation does well, your tribe will do well. It's that simple. Again, one area we struggle with truth. Even if we have lived through playing the game we have been playing, pretending as if our tribe always comes first, and it never gives us good results. We did it, like, we even forget that we did it inter-tribe. We did it within tribes. Even if the result is still bad, we still think, let's double down. No. We didn't do it well before. Let's try it. There must be something missing. We have to add a flavor to the tribalism so that it works for us this time. We try to double down on it. And somebody else who comes out and say, you know what? Don't do that. You've tried that before. It's bad. Check what other people have done. They too had the same problem you had. How they solved it was by realizing that they have a common interest. And when they solved it, look at the results. You can see it, can't you? Oh, no. Our people cannot just only see it. They live in it. And still they can't relate to it. When they say people travel to overseas doesn't go through them. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. They are in the West, but the West is not in them. They didn't even learn anything from it. Like, they just look at their country as a concept that they can talk about based on feelings. How I feel about something. The answer is right there. They can see it, right? Like, the truth is right there. Like when I said earlier on about guards are being subject to 6 Hiroshima bombs, which by now is already way more than that. So when they said, no, it's not true. It can't be true. You are wrong. It was like, why are you defending that? It's a factual statement. America has sent 14,000, 2,000-pound bombs. Where did you think those things are not used to go and plant flowers? And if Israel even came close to using half of that, that would be multiple, even far more multiple times that of the Hiroshima bomb. And some people are arguing about that. Because why? They don't want to think that the people they are supporting are capable of such carnage. Even when they know those same people have been responsible for so much on our own continent, have been responsible for enslavement, have been responsible for so many other carnage. I can't even start spelling. Even if they know that fact, because their relationship with truth is broken, they basically walk in the dark. And such is a poorer person for it. Because if you walk in lie, you're already in the dark. And if you don't come out of it, you are diminished for it. Life doesn't have too much to offer us. You come, you have children, and you do as much as you can in it. Life is not that complicated. We choose to complicate it all the time. And to do those things, you need to adhere to certain rules. And these rules, other people have studied it and given you the information. That's why we are online here. Somebody probably, I went and learned how to stream and I'm here online. Somebody did that. They passed truths to me. If I had chosen not to listen to those truths and done something else, it would have been awful. I wouldn't be online right now. I will keep failing. I will not be able to get online. So life works with truths. You are more functional when you follow truths, especially when you have to function. But in our own concept, the way many of our people perceive it, when it comes to using their mobile phone, they will follow the truth rules. They'll follow instruction. When it comes to getting their master's degree, their PhDs, There are multiple degrees. They will follow logic. But when it comes to their people's welfare, logic flies out of the window. Completely flies out of the window. Now it's all about tribalism. It's all about discrimination. It's all about everything else. It's like, how can we be like that? How can it be all about tribalism suddenly? How can it be that, oh, our country is corrupt? This is why we can't make it work. The people are useless. The moment you are saying that, you have to know you are one of them. Let's not pretend. We are all part of this mess that we've created. And some people will be telling me, oh, why are you overseas? You need to go back to Nigeria. Like, what does me being overseas have anything to do with what what I'm saying is true or not? When you say something, I don't say never come back to Nigeria again. When you say something I don't like, stay in Nigeria. Never. If I say Nigeria, you will see. We really need to ask ourselves some questions, because sometimes when I hear people attacking me, and maybe I should be more stubborn. Actually, I don't know. People think I'm stubborn. They don't understand that whenever they tell me something that is true, I accept it. I don't argue with them, or I just accept it straight up. So they don't notice that. So maybe I should make more trouble when they tell me the truth. I say, no, you're not. Then after I give them a lot of trouble, then later on I just accept it. They'll be like, yeah, now I've gotten him to accept it. That's good. Then they'll feel better. It's about making themselves feel better, not about getting to the truth. For me, it's getting to the truth. I don't care about feeling better. If Nigeria can get better, I will stop streaming. I don't care. If Nigeria gets better, when I say better, I'm not even that forced. You guys don't come for me for this. I'm not that concerned whether we will have good health care as much. It's not my top priority. Great education, it's not my top priority. Name it. But for me, where my biggest reason for being here lies is survival. Survival. Because the rest can be taken care of. Other people will take care of that. But if your people's chance of surviving is so limited and becoming more and more precarious, you can't escape it. Because if you pretend as if you can't see it, your children will find out. Your children will find out eventually if your people fail. You have to take responsibility and say, you know what, this thing will affect my generations to come. It will affect my family members if they fail. Hence why I get involved in all these things. Because think about it, there are so many things I can be doing with my time. I enjoy so many other things. Just traveling alone is so fascinating. There's so much to see in this world. There's so much to see in this world, I tell you. Yes, I'm here streaming for sometimes. Yesterday wasn't 11 hours we streamed for. So able to stream for 11 hours here. And people think I'm coming here for what? I care because they don't understand. Sometimes different things drive different people. I'm telling you what drives me. Some people, they just want to see the country burn. Some people, they just want the country to break up. Some people, they just want to prevent Fulanis from taking over the country. Some people want to, like someone like Showore, they just want to jail all the criminals in Nigeria. All the people that steal money. Mine is survival. If you didn't know that now. The rest don't bother me much, because other nations have that problem. They always have that problem. They figure it one way or the other. They manage to figure it out. Yeah, can you imagine if you are from India, you see some of the nonsense you see in India, you see that most people in the world hate you. But one thing most Indians will be sure of is that their survival is not under question. They are a nuclear power. They are a spacefaring race. They are numbered into 1 billion, 1.5 billion now. They don't have any existential issue. We do. And I really wish a lot more people will focus on that more. Instead of this belly infrastructure thing that we do. All we care about is, oh, we want to eat, which is good. You know, if you get more food and people economy is doing well, it's linked to what I'm concerned about. But I really wish more people were strictly focused on that. Because that part, I'm not sure a lot of people are focusing on the idea that we could be in serious trouble here. That these other nations are a lot more equipped, a lot more sophisticated than we are, and the gap is expanding. We are not closing the gap fast enough. And sooner or later, if the gap expands too much, the consequences will be dire. And our population is growing. So technically, they will even have more people to have to decimate if we stand in their way. And who wants to see that happen? Nobody wants to see that happen. Nobody wants to live in the day of, for want of a better word, I will use a more religious term, the day of tribulation. You don't want to be there. The closest most Nigerians have heard of this, and I'm sure most of us are not alive to experience that. We don't see it. I don't even know whether anybody was alive during that time. Was during the colonization wars. If you were around when that was happening and your kingdom was sacked, your king maybe even dead, and everybody's running, your warriors are decimated, and you see them being taken into slavery, never to be seen again, then you know what it's like on the day of tribulation. You might have an idea, but I'm not even sure anybody has actually captured those events properly in any movie, because they probably censor many of our leaders and our media not to air these things, because they would be like, you are kind of indoctrinating your people against us. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. But they can make the movie of them torturing us, but we are not allowed to make the movie of them to show the gravity and the destruction that was laid at our doors. Children, women, old people have to suffer the indignities that came with that. Forced to change their religion, forced to serve foreigners. That's what they did to us. If you live through that, you might have an idea. And I don't think we even have. Can you even imagine what it's like to be in Gaza when all this stuff was happening, or be in Ukraine? Ukraine is a little bit different because it's mostly soldiers that are encountering themselves. But if you're in Gaza, you have an idea. Or Iraq, when Iraq was invaded, you have an idea. And in Iraq, it's not even like that bad. They didn't entirely take over the country for indefinite period. They were there for a bit and they left. In our own case, they stayed. They ruled for a while. And after that, they left. And the people they left are the ones governing you today. And the ones that are governing you are the ones that condition you to even run out of your country. You see why it's a circular feedback loop, where you see how everything works together to break us. I think Nigerians, many of us are broken. Truly, make no mistake. We don't. When I say many of us, I'm not referring to the 250 million entirely, because the people that know some of these things that I'm discussing here, they are barely 10% of any population. Any population in the world, they are barely 10% of them. So those populations that belong in Nigeria, that group, they are broken in Nigeria. So when I say that, that's what I mean. Not all Nigerians are broken. The people that are supposed to know these things, they barely exist in Nigeria. The fact that you will speak to a military man and they will be telling you about is poverty. Poverty is the reason why people are turning to crime. The reason why they say that, you begin to wonder, did they check properly before they say these things. The reason why this annoys me, because I've been hearing it since I was young. Because the UK is not poor in relative terms. It's not that poor. Nobody will say the UK is one of the poorest countries in the world. But yet they have more than 1 million criminal convictions every year. Why? Why is such a rich country? Why do they still have crime? So why do a general in the military keep talking about poverty when it comes to insurgency? Instead of him to be focusing on keeping his people safe, he's saying, go and get them gari, go and get them yam, get them some food, get them a job, they will not attack you anymore. There is job in the UK. Why do they have so much crime? There is job in America. As a matter of fact, a church was attacked recently. There was this attack in California where that children lost their lives. In America, California, one of the richest states in the world. Children were attacked. Florida, one of the richest states in America too. The same thing. I think that was a state where even school children, young school children were massacred. That is in the most militarily sophisticated country in the world, with the best weapons, with up to 2 million man military. And yet they struggle with security. Recently, two National Guard officials were shot. One lost a life. The other one is fighting for his life today. That is not because they don't have security. It's because sometimes some things will slip through. But the ones you can solve, you solve. Do you think something like Boko Haram can exist in America? No way. No terrorist group will survive in America like that, the way they are behaving in Nigeria. You can't. Because you don't have the space to operate. The moment you come out, you know what they're going to do? Oh my God, what is the name of this film? I think this reminds me about this film, actually. I've forgotten the name of the film. I think it was Chadwick Boseman that acted it. And these criminals, they carried out a heist. I think they carried out a heist and it went wrong. And the police was on that tail. And this was in somewhere in New York. I think it was Manhattan or something. Then it said close the city. They are able to lock down the entire city. That is actually, when they lock it down, you can't get out. This is what I mean. Just give Nigerians that. Stop complaining only about, before you do that or anything, worry about the welfare of the people first. Worry about this. Like, yeah, we know that. But first, stop the killing. If, let's say, if you want to stop the killing by sending 1 million personnel there, will stop the killing and in 1 week. But it will take 2 months to pass the law for the welfare of the soldiers to be taken care of. Which one would you do first? Would you be worrying about the welfare of the soldiers first, or would you send them out there to go and save lives first? Sometimes the way we argue, it makes it sound as if we are going to wait until the welfare is sorted out before we send the soldiers. That is not how it works. Because while you are busy sorting out welfare, people are dying. Your country is suffering, and it's making it harder to even provide that welfare for the military. For me, that is so clear to see. Most nations go through difficulties. Some of the nations, like in the case of China, they were living on rations. That is one example. They were living on rations. They didn't have enough food to go around. They had to cut down what they are eating and share it amongst themselves. That military went on to build their first nuclear weapon. So, and many of our people know this truth. They will still keep arguing with you. You know, why? Let me read from the chat, because I think I like to interact with the chat. These chat people that like to fight me, I think I would like to take them on a little bit today, actually. Because the good thing is, when I'm here myself and people are not here, what can happen is you give me your stuff, I will check the fact. Anybody, Adesina, John, Boom Boom Ray, Odin, Quinty, I don't know whether you are there or you are still somewhere in your this thing bat cave. I don't know whether you're still in your bat cave. You can come out now. So all of you that like to criticize me on national security, especially, and my logic, if you say I'm faulty, now what is going to happen is I'll give you your chance for me to accept your position. You present your truth, and I will check it up versus mine. If mine is more accurate than yours, you apologize and I'll flag it here. And if yours is more accurate than mine, I will apologize. So now, Boom Boom Ray, you like to argue with me that having large military personnel or having nukes is not necessarily important. Provide me your evidence, and I'll provide you multiple evidence to show whether you are correct or wrong. And same goes for Franco Gods. I don't think you've not said anything that I find problematic. Black America need Nigeria to be strong and secure. I think I agree with you on this one, and this in Crenshaw, because if Nigeria is strong and secure, all black nations will get their strength from there. Like, we may not notice it, we may not agree with it, but most Asian nations, like the Chinese, North Koreans, and all the rest, Vietnam, and all of them, Thailand, they take strength from China, just like NATO takes strength from the United Kingdom. If Nigeria is strong, many black communities all over the world will feel it. We don't have a choice about it. Most groups, the people that decide their fate tend to be the largest ones. If you look at the Europeans, is it by coincidence that the United Kingdom is, the United States is the one that is determining their direction? Look at in Asia, East Asia, that the like the Chinese and all, China seems to be the big boy there. The Indian subcontinent, the same thing. India is the largest one. But on the black continent, Nigeria is the largest one, but so far absentee landlord. And many of our people have to understand that destiny that has fallen on our lap. And it didn't fall there just by coincidence. I've said it before, 60 to 70% of black people around the world, at one point in the last 3,000 years or so, have got a connection with that place you call Nigeria right now. If you take into account that the Bantu expansion started from the Mambila Plateau that is somewhere in the east of Nigeria and Cameroon, so it means almost all the Bantus you see from Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, and all to South Africa, they are linked to that Nigerian location. Then if you look at the slave trade, almost a third of the people that were taken overseas come from just the Nigerian area alone. Not to mention the people surrounding it that are already linked to Nigeria already, that we're taken along too. So you can see how, and many of those who are in the diaspora now that is called from the United Nations, they call them the fifth region in the United Nations. So they are all over the world now, connected to Nigeria. One of the things that surprised me, that led me to this, positions or claims is during the Sudan war when it started. I think sometime in 2023 or 2022 when it started. I heard that Nigerians were being, taken out, and on the news they were saying there were about 2 million Nigerians in Sudan. I was shocked. Or that what? Since when has 2 million Sudan managed to travel all the way to Sudan? They say, oh, because they go through there to America. That was an eye opener. Then I went and checked Nigerian populations. I was surprised how many. I think more than 1 million in Benin Republic alone. In Cameroon, way more than 1 million. And that just tells you what is going on in that area they call Nigeria. The most populated area in Africa. It's like the population is just radiating out from there. And we think the Bantu expansion has stopped. It hasn't stopped. It's still happening. It was happening slower before because the Nigerian population is growing now. Many African population is growing. It's getting larger and larger. And you wonder why many African countries, they everywhere they turn, they are saying Nigerians. Nigerians are everywhere. We have what they call negative net migration. It means more people are leaving the country than are coming in. We keep repeating that. Some countries, to be fair, because of poverty, most African nations actually do have negative migration. If I'm not mistaken, most African nations do have that because of poverty. But Nigeria's case is quite unique. Because of the population density in that area, they tend to radiate out from that region compared to the neighboring region. So let me see. You are not even versed on the topic. It is very obvious that you just recently became familiar. Let me just put this up so that we get Boom Boom Ray's wisdom. It's good to share wisdom. Now, this is exactly what I've been talking about. We are talking about light and truth here. This is what we are talking about. So you are not versed on the topic. It is very obvious that you just recently became familiar with these topics and are enamored by new things you just discovered. Wow. I like new things, that's true. But I also like truth. Some of the truths I discover, you can say is confirmation bias. It means that because I'm thinking in that direction, that's why I like it. Most of the truths I go for is because I already have reached those conclusions. And I found evidence to back those conclusions because I've looked at so many different things. Like, for example, when Machiavelli talked about to create a state, the most important thing is national security. You have to have a strong national security, then with law. But he said without national security, forget law. So in other words, the most important thing you can do for a nation is national security. And yet, you see Boom Boom Ray here that is he seems to think that he's into security, but he's arguing against something that even the person that is regarded as the father of modern political science advocated. This is how crazy our people are. The topic, broken sense of truth. We have a broken sense of truth. Because if you look at this statement he put here, most of it is just feelings, not factual. Tell me what I'm saying that is factually wrong and that is not true. This is the challenge I put out there. If you have anything I've said, I'm open here. This one, you will shame me. I'll flag it here. You will shame me because anybody that is in the chat, that put their chat there, and other people in the chat will see. So if I don't flag it, if I don't show it here, you can raise the flag and say, hey, look at him, he's hiding because he's worried that you're going to show me off to be a liar. No, I'm not going to hide anything. So now, you say, imagine being shocked that there are millions of Nigerians in Sudan, but you think you can debate on these kind of topics. You see what I mean? He is shaming me because I reveal that I don't know something that I found out. Why? I'm not ashamed to tell you that I didn't know. I admitted that I didn't know, But he also confirms something that I already suspected. Because when they said the Bantu expansion started from Nigeria, it didn't surprise me. I always used to laugh at one Cameroonian, because every time he will come and start bashing Nigeria and says, you need to just stop that nonsense, because one of these days the Nigerians will just start chasing you again, and you will run all the way from Cameroon to South Africa like you guys did before. When I was saying it to him, I was under the pressure that the Bantu expansion actually started inside Cameroon, not in Nigeria. When I said that, because I always told him that it was Nigerians that chased them. That's why they ran all the way to South Africa. But it turned out that it was actually in eastern Nigeria, somewhere in eastern Nigeria and western Cameroon. That's that area they call Mambila Plateau. That's where it started. From what they said, anyway. I'm not the anthropologist or archaeologist, whatever they call them. So that's where. So I always laughed at him about it. Then later on, when I found out that it was from there, then I went on and said, you know what? This one is actually confirmed now. We literally chased you from Nigeria and you ran all the way to South Africa, your people, and we are going to repeat it with you again. So that is what's in jest, of course, but there's some truth to it. So when I found out that Sudan had 2 million Nigerians, I was shocked. I wouldn't say shocked, I was surprised. But at the same time, it lent itself to it's just more like data points. It's like you are getting more information to support the theory that a lot of people found out from Nigeria. You know how they said the Sahara is drying and there is migration from the north towards the south? Sometimes we talk as if it has stopped. It is still carrying on. The migration is coming south, further and further. And the world, if you look at the world today, everything that has been happening almost 2,000 years ago is still happening now. The dynamics hasn't changed that significantly. The Europeans are still expanding south. What do you think is happening in Israel? The lighter skinned ones are moving in to move the darker skinned one away from there. They are light skinned, make no mistake, most Arabs in Palestine are light skinned. But the ones that are moving in there came from the north and they are taking their place. Now, if you follow that this in thinking, then what is happening in Sudan? The lighter skinned ones are pushing the darker skinned ones further south. You come to Nigeria, the Fulanis are being pushed further south. Not only the Fulanis, most of the tribes in the Sahel are being pushed further south because of the desert. It's pushing them further south. I'm not a professor. Why are you call me professor? Who is a professor? Professor is just a title. I'm a truth seeker. I'm a truth seeker, and I'm just trying to get a bit. Not even a truth seeker, really. For me, truth, as long as it's good enough for me to live my life, that should be fine. What brings me out here is our survival, and I fear that we take that too much for granted. I really worry about that. That we take it too much for granted. That people will feel sorry for us. Some of us are happy to be slaves anyway, so maybe that's why they are fine. They will be like, oh yeah, you coming. Some of them will be very happy for us to be colonized again. I'm telling you, they will be very happy for us to be colonized again because they don't care. For them, that life is not so bad. Colonized, they don't understand that by considering that, you may even concede your survival completely without knowing that the consequence of what you are signing on to. You know how sometimes, you are trying to feed an animal, not knowing that the animal you are feeding can consume far more, resources than you can afford. That is what our people are tangling with. They think slavery is where it could end. Because the world has shown that other people can become so powerful that they are capable of completely decimating continents. That's what the world has shown you. That some people can become so powerful, they are capable of doing that. Maybe they didn't set out to do that, but that's what happened. They decimated the entire continent. So you want to feed that capacity. Do you think you can feed your people that? Are you sure? as somebody, one Nigeria program, like, are you sure? Are you sure you can feed your people that? Are you going to survive it? Because you think it's going to end with just slavery or colonization? Don't be too sure. The consequences could be far-reaching. Beyond that, Ferrari, you are one of the biggest opposition. Now, shame me. Give me one truth that I'm getting wrong. You see, nobody has gotten me through. They just want to come again and start insulting me. That's what they just want to do. They call me professor. They call me this, but they are not giving me anything that I got wrong. Tell me what I got wrong with national security, then I'll prove it to you whether you got it right or. Then you tell me what to check. I'll check it. Tell me what to search. I'll search it and share it here. Tell me what I got wrong, because you are all so happy to tell me when you are all ganged up against me. You gang up against me and tell me, oh, you are stupid, you are not getting it right, you're not thinking straight. Some of them call me terrorist, all kinds of names. But give me now that I'm here, I will take your fact, check it, and see whether it is true. If it is true, I will apologize to you and happily accept your truth. I'm telling you, online here. I don't care. All I care about is the truth. That's all I care about. Let me bring I'm not sure we're allowed to bring people in without this thing. UFC, have you got your camera on? You're telling me to send link. Let me see if I can just have a bit of conversation with people. I'm not going to stay long though, so let's not think that I'm going to stay long, because it looks like they've all surrendered now. I'll find some other time when somebody is ready to dispute whatever I said, because when I come online and they start insulting me, they have so much word then, but when they give them the opportunity to present evidence and dismiss and correct me properly, they don't show me evidence. Show me the evidence. I want to be corrected. I want to be educated. I'm very, very open to being educated, really. If I refuse to be educated, whatever, I would accept it. If you show me a truth that is against what I believe, I will accept it straight up. Femi, you have been asking for this link. I don't know what you are coming here to do. Femi is quite logical compared to many of the knuckle draggers we have there. Out there. Some of the knuckle draggers, my God, they drag me. They call me terrorist. They call me somebody. The kind of names I've been called in this life, that I'm not very, very sound in the head. Yes, I may not be very sound in the head. I'm sure I'm on the spectrum somewhere. If you search the spectrum, I'm somewhere. You'll find me there somewhere. But if I'm wrong, I want to be corrected. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to just sit there and dispute whether I'm correct when I know clearly you are showing me the truth. I will never reject the truth if you show it to me. I will never. This is a short life we live in. I want to travel towards the light, not darkness. I'm not interested in darkness. I'm interested in knowing the truth in this life. Look at that, Ferrari. So do you think we have a system that benefits our children? Does it need to be changed? Of course. The system we have is not benefiting our children terribly. It's not benefiting them. Don't get me a little bit worked up about it, because that one, if I start thinking about the tragedies that are happening in Nigeria, believe me, I will turn into a monster here. I try to contain myself if I start thinking about all those things. So yes, it's not working for us, and a lot needs to be changed. And it's really simple. That's the funny thing. It's not that hard. The hardest part is getting Nigerians to flip the switch in their mind. That is the hardest part. I used to think that, just because the mind is a very powerful tool. And when human beings refuse to move, forget it all. They are like this in a winch that cannot be moved. They won't shift it until something forces them to shift. So from that point of view, I agree with you. Something needs to change. The question is, how do you change it? For me, you start with national security. Once you start fixing your national security, you'll find that the bleeding will stop. Most of the reason why our nation is not functional, it's not because of just ordinary corruption. It's because the corruption is coming from the idea that we are taking our wealth and taking it overseas. That's where the damage is being done. Because if I steal money now in Nigeria and I spend the money in Nigeria paying, even if I use it to pay, I don't want to use this, like just use it to spend on women or spend on houses, whatever I spending money on, that money, those people will take that money and spend it on hospital bills, light bills, name it. Businesses will take around, and the system, guess what happens with the system? Eventually it becomes self-healing. What I mean by self-healing is that those police officers, those nurses, all of them will keep doing their job better and better because you are creating more and more incentive for them to do their job better. You have new generations that will show up that will not be stigmatized with corruption. It becomes self-healing, feedback loop that keeps working. But ours is broken because they take the resources and send it overseas. Instead of us to enjoy that self-healing this thing, feedback loop, we are enjoying surplus with our suffering. That is why we've been working since 1960 to date. And what have we got to show for it compared to other people? If anything, we went backward. That is the real problem that we are facing. At least you are trying to bring something up, but you're not disputing anything I've said. But the same Ferrari will come on and start calling me an agent and all, calling me an agent and all kinds of things. You know, how are we disagreeing in this point now? We are not disagreeing on this point. Tell me why you do what you do. I just told you why I do what I do. My only concern, single concern, you'll be shocked. I don't care about politics. I don't care about religion. This is why when I see some Christians fighting about Muslims, I'm like, you're fighting about that. You were converted to Christianity. Why are you bothering to fight on that one? The one that you can fight, to be fair, some people care about their religion, so I'm not going to fault them for doing that. But for me, my biggest concern is survival. Because our sons were converted by another black race to Islam, and they are still alive. But the Native Americans, they didn't even bother whether they convert them or not. They are barely around anymore. So that is the difference. If your race is almost wiped out and you become a shadow of what you used to be, and you're on your way out, we are talking about you are literally on your way out. The Native Americans, if America carries on the way it's carrying on, they may not exist anymore in 500. I think some people predicted that maybe less than 100 years they'll be gone. That's what we are talking about here. Extinction. It's real. 2 continents have experienced it. So for me, it's not theory anymore. It's a potential danger we are facing, because if I was them, if I had that kind of power, I could leverage it over you forever. I will not let you get away with it. If you try to challenge me, I will threaten you, and if you don't take my threat seriously, I could do you harm. That's what I would do if I was them. So, and I have to think from that point of view that I am on the other side of the fence. Why are we not doing anything to prevent it from happening? Why are we not doing anything to prevent it from happening? When I read the Bible, when the Bible said, "Woe unto the woman with child on the day of tribulation," that's just mean. You know, it's like you're not like saying they will be saved because they are innocent. No, because the judgment has already been cast. You will pay the price. That's what he's saying. The price is already paid. You will die. Nobody will care. It's already happened. That is why you have to be careful about life. That don't take life for granted. If he gives you the truth, use it. Don't pretend as if you can't see it. If you pretend as you can't see it, when the consequences come, the die has already been cast. Like the way Trump is behaving right now. Nature is already warning that, hey, this thing people are doing, I'm giving you a nuclear weapon, I'm giving you a biological weapon, I give you AI, and AI will even amplify the dangers of those things. What it is telling you is that you need to stop fighting each other. You are going to die. You, both of you, all of you are going to kill each other. If you don't stop that, you will. And that is what is going to happen to us. If we carry on in this path, they will destroy the world one way or the other. And civilization will have to restart again if we survive it. The same thing that we as Africans are even facing. The world is facing that same type of question. You have to learn to read what the world is telling you, or what reality is telling you. It's signaling you what you need to do. Personally, I listen because I know that nature doesn't care about you. If you don't listen, you pay. Let me just bring Femi in for coming to join me today. Because if I wanted to go through some of all these questions. See, they are beginning to come through now. Let me just, Femi, sorry, be patient with me. Let me just, because they are beginning to come through. Why do you defend the system? I told you already why I defend the system. No, I don't defend the system. Why would I defend the system? Me defend the system? Jesus Christ. I don't know why people say that. You've never met me on a platform where Jagaban supporters are there. They hate me with a venom. Because I revealed to them that Jagaban had destroyed Nigeria when Nigeria was heading towards a $1 trillion economy. Jagaban decided to downgrade the Nigerian GDP from 477 to 180 something billion dollars. That's what he did. He did that within a year. Do you know there is no leader in the world that damaged the economy that fast? That has not been sanctioned and they are not at war. That's the record Jagaban holds. But most people don't know. And it drives Jagaban supporters crazy when you tell them that, because it's true. They were arguing with me, then I said, go to World Bank website and go and check the chart. Go and check the chart. You see our GDP when he came in. This is a guy that came into office saying he wants to take the Nigerian GDP to $1 trillion. The moment he came in, he brought it down from 477 to 180 something. And now, World Bank is telling him for Nigeria to reach $1 trillion by 2020, by 2030, the Nigerian economy needs to grow 5 times what it is doing now before they reach there. By my projection, it's going to take 22 years to get there with current growth rates. That's how much he has taken us off the path. But who knows? Maybe Dangote is going to change the trajectory. You see, but not necessarily him. Dangote. Some other person is going to do it. He tried to sabotage Dangote because he went and floated the currency, damaging Dangote refinery prospect. Because every debt Dangote used to owe, and if Dangote was making money in Naira, the debt had just increased in value. Can you imagine if you had 20 million Naira in your bank account and the currency depreciates? That 20 million and maybe your business, you used to buy something overseas. Can you imagine what you are going to do to yourself then? Whatever you used to buy, you can buy only half or 1/4 then, or 1/3 of it then. That is what your Jagaban did to Nigerians. So, but don't tell anybody. I'm not defending him. So why do you defend the system you think needs to change? I'm not defending it. I'm saying we need to secure our people. By securing our people, do you know what has changed? You see, what has changed is something that has never been restored for more than 100 years. Since the colonization wars that we lost, we've never really had a security to defend ourselves. And maybe we never even had it enough before then. That is how fundamental the change would be. If Nigeria upgrades its security posture from having 200,000 soldiers to 1 million, that's how significant the change is. It's something seismic. So when you say change, I actually mean real change, not this big change that they're getting. All the one we got after independence is rubbish, because those things are not sustainable. But if we upgrade our security posture from where we are to 1 million, now you are beginning to punch at the level you are supposed to be. And that is not even high enough. Egypt is already there. We need to even head maybe 1.5 million, because most African countries are looking up to us and we can help stabilize many of them. But let me go on. At least you are coming up with points, but not trying to dispute any of my fallacies that people like to fight all the time. So why do you defend the system? Before naming what you need to start with who do you think is responsible for the problem. Responsible for the problem, I think we are all responsible for the problem. I'm responsible for the problem. You know, am I not a coon here overseas? I travel overseas. I came here to enjoy myself, not knowing that leaving your country is not, it's not very comfortable to be in the country, but it's not good to always leave your country and not come back to build it back. The Chinese did that. They left. They made their people have to come back to build back. Some of them didn't come back, but most did return back to China to help China build. It's easier to return home when you know that home is secure. That home has a future. China was already a nuclear power by the time they started sending their people overseas anyway. They were a nuclear power. The moment they had a chance, they went nuclear. They were not wasting for any nonsense. Let me see. Before 1804 to 1809, where your problem is check form, so you will know the problem of today. Know the problem of today. I don't know what. Sorry, man. You didn't write it very well. I'm sorry. Oh my God, you're not representing your Biafra TV people very well. If that's the way you write, yeah, the real Biafra TV, you write like that. I'll forgive you because you are typing on your phone. Maybe your fingers. There's Gary. You are trying to swallow Gary and you are typing at the same time. That's why you're spelling this like that. Stay on subject, please. Don't move from pillar to post. I'm on subject. Preaching national security with personal recruitment is okay. That's your long-term singular view. No, it's not a long-term singular view. It's a starting point that will start fixing stuff. If you don't start there, it's just a downward spiral. You just keep having problems all the time. Thank goodness, maybe the government will try to do something now to plug the gap a little bit, because this is how Syria was. Syria, they were nipping away at Syria slowly. Before you know it, they collapsed the whole system. You know, and Nigeria, we're just sitting down and they are nipping away at us bit by bit, and we're not dealing with it head on. You know, I really hope we take it very, very seriously and push our government to do the necessary recruitment and actually upgrade their welfare, so that they have good reason to actually defend the country. And if they do that, I can tell you right now, about 30% of Nigerians that are overseas will return. 30, they will return home. Why not? They are secure. And there's health insurance in Nigeria, you know. There are quite a lot of things that are showing up in Nigeria right now, even with all the challenging situation that is going on. People will start coming back if they feel safe, because they want to come and buga now. They can drive around the city showing off their cars. When I went to Nigeria some time ago, in some of the cities, people don't want to drive their expensive cars because they feel like if they drive it, they are attracting the wrong attention. And that is not good for anybody. That's not a good thing for any society to have. You have been saying the same thing for years. I will say it until when you wake up in the morning, you sing to Tinubu, recruit into the military as you promised us. Recruit first. Because I would rather that happens than the opposite. Then people start telling me, oh, you were right. I remember Olga came here and said, you have been vindicated. Who cares whether I've been vindicated? I don't want to be vindicated. I want this stuff to be done. Who cares what because if you are vindicated, it means what I've been warning against has happened. I've lost. I would rather it didn't happen than somebody comes and tell me maybe it would not have happened anyway. You were just saying it. I don't care as long as it's better off them. You see what I mean? So it's not about this thing. Repetition. I will keep repeating it and repeating it until we take it seriously. Because if you really take it seriously, by now those kidnapping that was happening would not. Can you believe that they would kidnap those children if they did what I asked them to do? Where are you going to take the children through when there are so many security forces everywhere? There's not going to be space. Because you are going to jam one here, you're going to jam one there, you're going to jam another one there. Before you know it, they will stop you. You're not going anywhere with how many children? How are you going to do it? Look at this one, Biosa. You have a lot to say, Biosa. Why do you always have to give me bad news? I don't want bad news. Telling me 17 people are watching. Why do I want? Biosa, From where I sit, I'm seeing 50. I don't know where you are watching from. Let me see where he's watching from. Maybe you are watching from somewhere. 17 is watching. I'm not seeing 17 anywhere, Biosa. I don't know where you're getting that one from. Dan Azaya, I mean, I say Biosa. It's Dan Azaya. Biosa, you will live long. Let's stay on this topic of survival of the black man. Yeah, I think what was it? I can't keep exercising that now. I've already said that. Yeah, look at that, your Uncle Biosa. Uncle Biosa is no, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. Let's leave him out of it. You are the troublemaker, Danazaya. You didn't come with anything no, to dispute with me, but when we are discussing any topic, you just keep saying I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You have the opportunity now. And you know what? I'm going to be doing this almost every week. I'll be giving people opportunity to dispute my points so that we resolve the problem. Because I think that it's getting to a point where people are thinking I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. Like I've gone crazy, and I have to try to meet them where they are. So in other words, show me what I'm saying wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll correct it. Then, but if I'm right, you should accept it too. You know. Then we're all happier for it. We'll all be living in the light. You know, this confusing darkness that we live in. So thank you for joining me, Femi. You know, I like people that are not, they don't take things personal. Like me and Femi, we jousted in the previous session, and he came at me with numbers, and I came at him with numbers, even more numbers, and they were like, okay, it's not good, let's get on with it. Or like some people that like to be in their feelings, and they will come all the time there and start giving me trouble. So, but Femi, what do you make of this thing? Do we have this issue? Is a very serious one, you know, because I feel like it's at the core of our problem. You will see somebody saying that they are objective, while in reality they are not even being objective. Like I heard earlier on that somebody is describing Shikau and bandits and even grooming as people that you should never tolerate. Then that same person is willing to tolerate Nnamdi Kanu's behavior too. How does that even work?
Okay, so I was going to start a different way, but because you started from Nnamdi Kanu and Jekau and what people may have said, I'm going to use that as, and for anything you may not like that, I would say, just understand that it's not an attack on your person. Because I think I just wanted to be clear to you that when people disagree with you, remember there are times when I, as an example, agree with certain things depending on, in some cases, the topic. So I think once that's clear to you, and you also understand that nobody has a monopoly of wisdom on anything, and two things can be right at the same time. It's very possible. It's a thing. Then that becomes some kind of template of sorts. And maybe the other thing I want to add is, like I always tell my girl, that's why sometimes I just keep quiet when I do it, because you know we're wired differently. A lot of us we're mostly wired differently, right? I'm not here to win arguments. None of, like Dr. Damages will say, if we like, we can talk from now till the world ends. It's not likely that any of what we say would make any difference in Nigeria. I like what he says, but hopefully it will touch someone's heart, and someone will have enough courage. You probably will start some kind of general conversation that will result in actions amongst the general populace, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa generally. But to think that shouting and trying to be right would change anything, waste of time. But that said, since this is the avenue that we have amongst probably hopefully other avenues, what you just said now, you may have seen in my comments, and I meant it in a joking way that honestly I begin to think you like listening to yourself. I don't mean in a bad way, so please just I mean part of it is being cynical though. You get what I'm saying? Now, what you just presented, I'm not saying it's impossible, because people, again, you might not like what someone might say. I find it ludicrous already, because like listening to some other commentators between yesterday, probably 3 days ago up until earlier this morning, I realized that wait a minute, even if that comparison is going to be made, there's a lot of truth in the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu could be arrested, rightfully or wrongfully so, then there's no reason why Shekau should be walking around, and that's my opinion, right? And it is when you see certain what looks like unfairness or bias being applied. It's just like in soccer today. What's the red card that this guy from Chelsea got, Caicedo, got for Chelsea? Some other people were like, if we had been this other person, because of the referee's bias and all that. Anyway, not to go too far on that. But that's as much as I want to say on that. I don't want to derail on what the reason why I was actually angling to asking you for that link. I have this feeling, and again, I'm not attacking you.
Don't worry, don't worry. I get where you're coming from on that.
I have this feeling that it's okay for one to be dogged on holding on to their position, but to think that there's no other positions is where a lot of us have a problem with you for that sometimes. It's not personal. It's not. Right? Now, what I said so is, you've been talking about having adding to the numbers in terms of the soldiers and what have you. Before that, I'll tell you, maybe I have never told you this before. Again, forget about the fact that I mentioned that I grew up in Kaduna. Most of the I would say majority, let me choose my words, if not probably even most, of the major military facilities in Nigeria are in Kaduna. From one of the main Air Force bases, and I went to the Air Force school there. My elder sister was the first set for the secondary school. I have I'm literally someone you can consider a military family. A lot of my uncles, they grew to the ranks of Air Vice Marshal and what have you. So anything I tell you, I have in-depth knowledge. I was close to getting into NDA. I can tell you the history of NDA. I don't know if you ever heard of DICC. It used to be called DICC. I think it's called DIC now, Defense Industry Corporation. I'm trying not to repeat a lot of things. A lot of what I said earlier are things I saw. No, my own case is not them saying. I'm not making any of these things up. I saw a lot of the best of when we had that cooperation with Donia that supplied those flying
aircraft.
Before Babangida stopped supporting the Air Force, because remember, after the so-called Vasa coup, it was scared. And that's what became of the issue with the aircraft. At some point, we almost had no aircraft. Even I've flown in C-130 before. I don't know if you know what it means to fly in the C-130. I can give you a graphic. It's crazy. If all you've known is flown maybe regular commercial aircraft and all that, if you fly in a C-130, that you not be here to say some things that you're saying. So let me just now. More importantly, I don't think anybody is necessarily disagreeing with the issue of adding men. But I'm repeating to you because I'm privy to a lot of what technology can do. And the fact that as much as we have that population that you're referring to, for me, because I do a lot of data analysis as well, let me just let you know, it's more to do with the surface area, the area that you're even trying to protect. It doesn't mean that the population doesn't matter, but the area doesn't change. The population will change. Well, technically, it doesn't change. Your boundary is your boundary. Hopefully, you even know your boundary. That's even if you know our boundaries. We don't even know our boundaries. It's not guarded. We do not. And this is despite the fact that we have what's that agency called? The National Space Agency.
Yeah, NASA.
NASA, right? They have satellites that I don't even know. I can't claim to know the workability right now. But at some point, some of those satellites, especially, I don't know if it's the Nicomsat 1 or 2, that actually caught wind of some terrorists at some point. and some other things that I don't necessarily recall. I don't want to mention things I do not recall as though they're facts. Now, we have those kind of things. We have, again, like previously mentioned, we have, again, I promise you, we have a lot of smart data analysts. Now, why I'm bringing this in, and why I also brought in the issue of why you cannot just be talking about men, is that you're talking about a country where right now, because it's part of what you should have been provided as solutions, a country right now where the funding is terrible for even the amount of soldiers, not just the funding, equipment, which a lot of the soldiers, we're not aliens. We've been hearing about this thing not just probably after Obasanjo's time, probably allegedly, when a lot of soldiers keep either they're abdicating or they keep complaining about everything from the way they're being treated, their general welfare, to the armaments they have versus what these terrorists, bandits, and whatever you have. Meanwhile, whenever there's someone, they keep commercialing them and nobody does anything. And it didn't just start under what's it called, Tinubu, by the way. Funding is one, right? For these small soldiers numbers that we're even talking about. Then you're talking about other things like, I'm going to skip some things because I have a lot of things I wrote down on my OneNote on my computer. Then even the equipment we have, what's the maintainability? Forefathers, I gave you a graphic, I gave you a history of where I'm coming from to let you know that there are things some of us know, but we've been there, we saw it, versus what we even have now. Now, where is the maintenance on even the things that we have? That's two. Then there's this issue of where technology now comes in, because the way wars are, if there was going to be a world war today, if you take away even nuclear weapons, not only will you be fighting when it comes to the amount of how advanced your technology is, but back in the days you don't have drones. This way the satellites, especially the modern satellites of today, which is the reason why a country like France and America actually decide to have a space force. The way wars are, depending on whether, this is like war anyway. Anyway, it's an internal war. The way things are to be fought now is you're not going to fight the way you fought in 1945. If you let me tell you one of the reasons, maybe you don't realize this, one of the reasons why even America, for example, with this purported war they're trying to spin off in, Venezuela, which a lot of us know the reasons why. It's not what they're telling us, but you know the way it is sometimes. The reason why they're trying to be careful in trying to see whether they want to go with trying to create an insurrection against Maduro is because between Venezuela and I believe Brazil, there's a lot of jungles there. And if you decide you want to go with just men, forefathers, by the time Americans don't play when they start seeing body bags. So because of that, they're being very careful. And I promise you, even if they're going to try to do something they're going to do, it's not going to just come down to just men. There's going to be a lot of technology, which they're probably already using right now. On top of that, I spoke to the fact that in terms of the numbers of maybe the population, and because there's also other dynamics when it comes to the reason why you have a lot of reservists, especially in France, is also to do with the fact that they're trying to do some kind of proxy thing, and there's this Russophobic going on, and because there's all kind of other dynamics that also determine why countries have a lot of men versus their population. So it's not straight as what you think. So if you want us to go deep, I'll go deep on that. Now,
I would like you to go deep on that.
Yeah.
Why they need more men?
There's also to Nigeria. Let me just try and quickly round up on this round and all that.
Okay.
Let me now narrow it down to America, which I know at least to a very large extent. Now, there's something called I think it's called GovSec. If you want to work in security, cyber security or whatever, IT, government, there's a lot of civilians, not just the contractors. totaling about, and I wanted to make sure I got the facts right, totaling about, I think it's about 800,000 people, that civilians, that make up part of what is an estimated probably 2 point something million in the military, American military. A lot of, almost a million of civilians working in various facets within the various forces, whether it's the Marines, the Navy, the Army, and what have you. Part of the reason why you have them there is because of they are the people that are experts at manning or advising on technologies that are being used, be it satellites to a lot of the aforementioned things. Some of them are they're analysts, some of them are operators, some of them are actually trainers as well. And the reason why, again, I try to connect it back to what you're talking about, Nigeria. We also have a problem with even the ways the soldiers or whatever are trained right now. It's bad. It's gotten bad over the years. The soldiers you have in Nigeria today, the training is not the same as those soldiers that were sent to Liberia. There was a time that whenever you hear about Nigerian military, countries in Africa, damn, they used to be, the Nigerian military used to be one of the best in the world, if the Americans knew, at least when it comes to Africa. It's not the same military you have today, because there's a deficit when it comes to training as well. Now, maybe to summarize for now, again, I wrote a lot of these things down. Okay, so why it's important to at least, even in trying to recruit more men, like you insist, which again, I don't have a problem with, especially if they're going to be well catered for, and their monies are not going to be siphoned by their more senior military officers who just sit and grow fat in the offices. Is why it's important is we, again, like I said previously, we have a lot of smart guys in Nigeria. I'm telling you, there's guys that can help with intelligence, civilians as well. If we're a serious country, because part of what you want to do is to gather intelligence, and part of it includes data analysis, which is going to come from even the kind of drones and other technologies that you want to deploy.
True.
It's a lot of things that having men, yes, you need boots on the ground, but there's a lot of things that boots on the ground will not do for you, especially in 2026. So that's
okay.
And then it's also going to help with what's it called? On the unemployment issue as well. You can work and chew gum at the same time. You're going to solve some issues. And then DICC, like I said previously, defense is now that it's a bit moribund. And then there's you know about that company in Ogun State that's making all these armored vehicles, very good.
Proforce, yeah.
And there's this other military guy that also kind of led a team that created another one in, I believe in Enugu or something. That can also be a way of even generating. I mean, it just trickles down. So it's more to it than just men. I mean, war today, the kind of thing we're dealing with, it goes beyond just men. I'm just saying, that's what we're saying. Nobody's just because you think you can have 1 million men. It doesn't mean that can mean nothing sometimes. That's all I'm going to see for
yeah, I agree with you on that. It can mean not much in some circumstances. However, most nations, this is why I always feel like we should start from there, because there are higher level problems and there are lower tier problems. Like the valid point you made about welfare and what you are doing for the training they are receiving, the equipment they have. Those things are very important, but they are lower tier problems, because you have an emergency problem whereby people are going around with Okada and decimating villages, putting children to the rooms.
I don't like to do this. Did you hear anything I said?
I just literally repeated what you said.
It's easier. Will it be easier to actually deploy technical stuff that you probably will be, and then with people that actually have the expertise to also help the military technology? Will it be easier to do it?
Yeah, okay, good. So, like you said, what I heard, what you said, when I was literally repeating exactly the terms I used. But now I will talk about the equipment that you're talking about. The thing about drones is that they can spot people. They might even be able to shoot something, but they don't arrest anybody.
Okay,
And they can't physically stop anybody.
I'm sorry again.
So let me finish now. You are not even letting me address every
I'm
point.
not going to say much, please. I'm sorry. Maybe because I'm only mentioning drones. Again, I have a list.
Okay.
So you remember I mentioned something about geolocation. It was geolocation.
Yeah, geolocation. Yeah.
There's other things. So just because I mentioned drones, there's a lot. So
see, the thing you don't understand is that I do have some ideas about technology. You may not think that I know about this. I know about this issue you're describing.
I work in technology.
When I say I have an idea, you don't know what I work in it, but I know enough to know what I'm talking about.
Let's not start there.
You try it now. Try me.
You don't work in technology. You do
try me now. Try me.
You want to try? Go ahead.
Yes, try. Tell me something about technology that I don't know.
Okay. So give me an idea of how GPS works. A deeper dive idea of how GPS works.
First thing, I will ask you one key question. What is actually received on the GPS device that people have in their hands? What telemetry data is received? Tell me whether you know what that is.
Don't answer my question with a question. Since you want us to
no, because I want to show you, because I don't want to lecture you that you steal it and say you already knew that. But I wanted to reveal whether you actually know the fundamentals. Tell me what the nature of the data that is sent to the
GPS. Answer my question, then you can give me.
Okay, now ask me the question again, because I'm not going to give you the answer. But okay, ask me the question again.
You know what, if you're not going to answer the question, then
ask me again so I can understand. Because maybe I forgot it.
Just at a high level, just give me an idea of how GPS works.
Okay, the way GPS works is that it's based on satellites that are placed in space, sending signals, timing signals to the ground distant station. They have normal some of them they have different stations positioned all around the world to relay GPS positions to the satellites in space. But the way individuals actually get their positions is based on information that is sent to the devices that they have in their hands, and the necessary calculations are done to ascertain their location. Now, am I wrong?
At a high level, you didn't do too badly. So
okay, now I will ask you my own fundamentals. What is the actual data that is sent to the GPS device that is used to ascertain the positions?
So there's something called an IMEI, right? It's unique to every single device. Now, that uniqueness in itself, there's also they'll also have databases where you can track every single device depending on where the location is. And keep in mind, there's I forget what it's called now. There's this tracking thing.
You are heading the wrong direction. I'm talking about the fundamental nature of the data that is sent from the satellites to the handheld devices that are supposed to be positioning you.
Hold on. There's also databases, because you need a database where all of the data that the satellites pick up is sent to. That also communicates with that the phones, for example, will interact with. And there's a device in every phone that serves as the geolocator for, if institutions like this, for depending on whether what you want is where the person is located that you're looking for, because every phone again has an IMEI. And like I said,
that is, see, you're explaining the higher level stuff, but now I have an idea of where you're at, and don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's okay. Now let's carry on with the subject. This thing matter. The subject matter, what you address in terms of welfare and all those things, I agree with them. I'm not disagreeing with them.
Gyroscope, but continue.
Yeah, all the tools, in short, technology, let's put it technology, welfare, all those things are higher level problems. Like I said, there are young men carrying Okada with AK-47 with RPGs terrorizing the country. You need to deny them space. If you have guns, you have armored vehicles, that's what you need to invest in. Obviously, you have to create barracks for them to be in. Uniforms, all the necessary that they need. I've done some calculations on this. Yes, it's in billions, but Nigeria is losing almost 50 billion every year. We've lost $1 trillion.
Intelligence.
Pardon?
technology.
No, I support that too. I'm not. I support expanding our intelligence. As a matter of fact, the single security department or structure that needs to be expanded the most is the intelligence one.
What's the
Because
best way to get intelligence?
they give you a bigger bang for your buck. Pardon?
What's the best way to get intelligence in 2026?
I guess most people will say using this thing electronic methods. But I think it probably depends on the nature of what you are working on. You can, intercept electronic communication and, all kinds of bugging, whatever you want to call it. They have different methods for doing this sort of stuff. But in reality, sometimes it's good to have people within the organizations to do those sort of things.
Denying that, but the fact is that the problem we have is when you keep talking about people without also understanding that, again, like Chim said earlier, you can walk and chew gum at the same time, and also addressing the general Malay in the country.
Yes. Oh no. The problem of the country is the fact that, like I said, the country is bleeding, and it's also insecure. People are now afraid for their survival, and IDP camps are all over the place. Like I said, I don't even want to start thinking about those things, because sometimes when I think about them, that's probably why I get a little bit crazy with you people. You think because when I think about the suffering those people are going through, and our men keep saying they're worrying about welfare of the soldiers and all the rest. No, you need people to stop them from killing those children. Soldiers can be replaced, but those children, I don't want them to be taken out.
You're a soldier today, and you're not being treated well. Meanwhile, you probably are risking you're risking your life in Sambisa today. Would you say the same thing you're saying now?
I probably won't say the same thing, because objectively, because sometimes some things are true, even if it's inconvenient to you. There is a reason why we are biased people. Human beings are biased. We can't help it, but it's true. Like when you say that, most people, if you tell them, if you stay in Nigeria, your life will be better, your country will be better off. But as a group, we all travel overseas individually, and our nation is poorer for it. But we keep doing it because we think we are doing it for ourselves. And you see it, because we can't think holistically. We're not seeing the bigger picture. And that is how human beings behave. We can't help it.
We also have a problem with that, because there are people in Nigeria that do not have any interest in leaving Nigeria.
True. However, the ones that leave, because some of the time the best brains that leave the country, they leave the country less developed. That is the consequence. Anybody will tell you that if Africans were not traveling out of Africa, Africa would be far more advanced by now.
I have at least one friend in Nigeria. At least one. He's been an Microsoft MVP for the last probably 9 years. That guy is not living in Nigeria, and he's one of several bright brains that we still have in Nigeria that are not living. How about that?
No, I agree with you that not everybody. No, quite a lot we have a robust middle class. Oh no, I wouldn't call it a robust. We have significant middle class in Nigeria now. And there are a lot of young people that I know. Based on this, another area we don't cover a lot. Maybe even up to 1 million people in Nigeria are working online right now, from TikToking to working for foreign clients and all the rest of it. They are making a lot of money online. That's why you don't see them coming on the street to protest. But people are missing that, and I'm not even sure the government is capturing that data on their when it comes to analyzing what is going on this in the country, especially economically. But that's another issue.
Like I said, we have a fragment. We don't have no database, so don't even go there.
Okay, now that's where that database comes into its own. But we have so much problems, especially national security ones. Nigeria has lost in excess of $1 trillion in GDP in the last 15 years. $1 trillion in GDP loss due to insecurity.
Who does GDP help? This GDP, who help?
You know what the GDP does?
What does it do?
Because people are spending money. That's where salaries are coming from. That is what investments are coming from.
Because GDP is World Bank and is directed. All those GDP, who even help? The market woman in Ojota. Who does GDP help?
GDP pays for soldiers. Sorry. GDP pays for soldiers. GDP creates jobs. GDP creates safety, healthcare.
How many soldiers?
1 million soldiers. People like Egypt, they have 1 million.
They get paid well.
They have, yeah, you can afford it. You'll be surprised if your country is secure.
No,
You can afford to pay them.
Well, they get kitted well. We're talking about.
No, let me ask you now. Nigeria lost $1 trillion in GDP. Do you think in the last 15 years Egypt has spent anything close to $1 trillion on their military? No, they haven't. So we can afford it if we secure our country.
But Egypt is a better run country than Nigeria.
If your country is secure, it will become better run because it's not bleeding anymore. I talked about how it can become self-healing.
At the same time, you don't wait till you fix insecurity before you fix other things. After all, they were not fixing things before things became this bad anyway.
Oh, like I said, if you don't fix that security problem, whatever you do is subject to being wiped out. And we've seen it before.
And things are not reaching this level. What were they fixing?
Sorry, repeat the question again.
Even when the insecurity had not reached this level, what were we fixing?
We were not. That's a very good question because we should have fixed the roof, as they say, while the sun shines. We should have built our security forces during that time. Other nations did when they had the chance. When the Soviet Union was at the height, China emerged in nuclear power. India emerged in nuclear power. Which other nation broke out of their control? Iran, North Korea. But we, instead of to use that time to secure ourselves so that we are not subject to all this nonsense we are subject to now, we're busy bedouing. We're busy joking around, throwing Fela's mother off a balcony and coup after coup and doing a 419. That is our lot. And I know the reason why that happened. But for me, where we are now, we have to correct this error because we were never secure. Do you think the people that gave you independence would like you to be secure so that they cannot come back again?
Okay. Which means we've gone around 360 degrees, to which I agree to an extent. But doesn't that tell you that it doesn't make any difference if all we want to focus on is just the insecurity alone? We have to focus on other things that are also contributing to the insecurity.
Security on its own is the most vital because it supports life. Let me give you one quick example.
Other things and just focus on security then.
Let me give you one quick example. Russia was a narco and a mafia-based economy in the 90s when they collapsed, the Soviet Union collapsed. Boris Yeltsin, their leader, was a drunk. Nobody respected Russia. They were treating it like trash. And whenever he needed money, he would go to Washington and shake Washington and say, if you don't give me money, I'm going to sell my nuclear technology to any country. Washington will be like, there are videos of Clinton laughing at Boris Yeltsin, like literally because he was drunk while he was making a speech and he was laughing at the Russian leader. He was a joke.
Okay.
Guess what happened? I want you to learn the lesson from that.
Hospitals and other things and just focus on security then.
Yes. So this is important for us to learn from because it shows you the importance of security. When that man handed power over to Boris Yeltsin, Putin, when Boris Yeltsin handed power to Putin, within 4 years, before my very eyes, because I was watching what was happening during that time, because I was always following Clinton and what they were doing. Within 4 years, that same nation that were being called rubbish, it's not a superpower again. Because somebody has already done the hard work. Stalin has already done the hard work of making them a superpower. And again, people don't understand how significant this is. When you make your nation a powerful nation, it lasts a long time. All the superpowers from the last 2,000 years ago are still fine today. That's how long it lasts.
How many thousand years ago again?
2,000 years ago.
Okay. How many
superpowers?
Did we have the same trajectory in terms of our history?
No, we don't. We are in Africa. We are not competing with them.
Russia, which again, they were not just trying to deal with getting to where they came to. They attacked it at different levels. Did they just focus on security?
No. You see, my point, I'm saying priority, not only. Of course, not only. I talked about welfare too.
Yeah, because
it's not only.
The thing is, you keep contradicting yourself. When I asked you just now, do we close schools, hospitals, and close all, let's not bother with any other thing. Let's just deal with security alone.
No. I didn't say you should do that.
You said yes just now.
No, I'm saying you should prioritize security.
No. before I asked you previously, you said yes. We all heard it.
No, you said that you. No, hold on. Maybe I didn't hear you then. Did you say you should close everything else?
You were straight.
No, sorry. Did you say you should close everything else? And maybe I didn't get you then.
And then it goes back to what I told you, because I'm not trying to set a trap for you. It goes back to what I was telling you.
Hey, it looks like that's what you're trying to do.
One thing. I'm not disputing. I'm not trying to win an argument with you.
Yeah, because it looks like that's what you're doing. You're not arguing in good faith. You're supposed to give person clear information. When they ask you for the information, you give it clearly to them.
You precise questions and give you precise.
And then why are you running away from them? If you are saying that you meant,
you know what? Let me keep quiet.
You're not giving me the chance to even answer the question. You say you are arguing in good faith. If you are trying to ask. You see, don't interrupt, please. Don't interrupt. I don't like.
Look at him yelling at me. I've been quiet all day, man. If you want to get
I'm not yelling at you. I say don't
listen.
Because I was trying to talk. He just interrupted me. I was talking. You interrupted me. You forgot.
I didn't, dude. If you're gonna come at me emotional, let me leave. I'm not here to start shouting.
Okay, let me finish talking. Then you can talk. I will bring you in. Is it that hard? It's not hard. When Dr. Damage is here, none of you interrupt him, because you know you're just going to end up backstage. He will not even argue with you.
Yeah, but for fathers, you know what? For example, I admit I've spoken a lot, but let's give everybody an opportunity. We've been listening to you as well.
Yes.
You allowed us in.
And yes, I agree with that. And personally, I don't want to stay here long, and everybody should know that. And the point you raised, I wanted to answer it. Why is it that you don't want me to answer it? You asked me a question whether whether we should do away with everything else, versus security. I didn't understand that. I thought you were saying, should we prioritize security? Prioritizing security doesn't mean you should, do away with everything else. So I said yes.
I don't want to be interrupting you, but you play smart a lot. I hate to say it, but you play smart a lot.
So you are trying to say that I honestly answered that we should close everything else down.
Everybody
and go for national security.
That's why I said I'm sorry again. I'm convinced that you like listening to yourself.
Now you are. I'm sorry, but I'm not even going to tell you what you are. It's all right. The viewers can decide.
You can say anything you want to say.
I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in playing those games.
I have to say that.
You see, this is what I mean by our people have a terrible relationship with truth. Anybody can decide. You hate me all you want, but this is what we are.
Nobody hates you. Nobody hates you.
I'm talking about the viewers, because we have a funny relationship with truth. We pretend as if we are trying to do it, but we're just trying to play games. Niger, one brain cell. Thank you for joining me today.
It's two Nigers, one brain cell. I know you always try to avoid it.
No, it's one brain cell.
It's two Nigers, one brain cell.
One brain cell.
And listen, you invited people to a fight that you weren't prepared for, and the first person that stepped in the ring gave you a bloody nose and a black eye. Now you want to take it out on me.
This is why
you can't do that.
Chat. This is why
nobody has time.
They say they are telling you they just insult you.
It's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's my prerogative to say how I saw the debate between both of you. It wasn't bad. I mean, at least you knew what GPS is and the telemetry and all those nice technological stuff. So at least you knew those ones. But it goes back to you. This is not an assault, and even Femi tried each time to reiterate that it's not about trying to combat you. It's you, and I think if Femi knew you, as I think I've known you, in a few months you're going to understand all these things, and then you're going to try to take accolades for it. You're going to try to applaud yourself as if you weren't fighting it previously. I think in the moment with you, it's always, I'm going to combat somebody else's view, but later on you go check it out, and then you realize maybe you were wrong, and then you'll come back in a roundabout way and try to pretend like that has always been your position, because you've done it 1,000 times.
Can you qualify it then? all this you just said, can you qualify that I claim something that I was against before?
Oh, you do it all the time. You did it with AIPAC.
Like,
you did it with the Epstein files. You did it with Israel controlling the United States government. You've done it all. I can name 20 different things that you've done. You did it when I talked about. You did it when I used to come on here talking about JFK and Dimona and Sam Giancana and all these other things, and Ben Gurion probably being behind JFK's elimination. You did it a lot. So I can keep going on and on. But you'll come back today.
You're talking about someone else, not
but
me,
you'll come back
me.
today and pretend like that. You saying Israel again, and then you come back. You'll come. Right, and you'll come back today. Again, it's not to bash you. I'm just saying. In fact, I'm giving you. I'm actually applauding you because I know I'm telling Femi now, and I'm telling everybody in the audience. I know you. You're gonna go check it out, and then you're gonna pretend tomorrow that it was always your position. But that being said, again, I think what you're failing to realize, what everybody is telling you,
truth. I hope the viewers are saying this. We have a weird relationship with the truth.
All right.
Even when there is video evidence showing what I've said, we still talk as if there's no evidence. But it's okay.
Okay.
I don't know. Most of your views on Israel and AIPAC and all the rest, we hardly disagree with them. So I don't know where all the disagreements.
No, we actually did. To the point when your little friend Jide would come on here, there's still videos of him. AIPAC is not real. AIPAC is not serious. AIPAC is number 8, and you would support them and block him.
Anybody
back. Like everybody knows it. Like what are you talking about?
I literally call Israel's conflict the most evil conflict in the world.
Well,
I think AY does have enough memory to understand that.
AY was also here. There was one particular one, and I've mentioned this a lot, and I don't even know why I'm even still going through it, but because you insist. There was even a particular one where Eccentric Cast was also on here talking about when I was explaining how Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene and all these other Republicans were complaining that each American politician in Congress, over 97% of them, had what was called a AIPAC handler. You, Jide, and Eccentric Guys, even Eccentric Guys was talking about, it's the same with the defense lobbyists. The defense lobbyists have handlers for the congressmen. And now, three of you were going against something you weren't even aware of. But today, you pretend as if your position has always been that AIPAC, it was your position that AIPAC controls the United States Congress.
You're mixing me up with people. You're mixing me up with some other person, I'm sure, because that's not me.
No, I can actually look, and I'll
video you're talking about, I have it. And even in the UK, we have a politician that was being manipulated by Israeli lobby. I knew that from ages ago.
All right, but that's not even the point. The bottom, anyway, so that's not the point. It's not to come in to bash you. I'm just saying, in the future, I know you're going to go back on Femi's side and every other person's side, and then you try to, what's the word I'm looking for?
But I've been quite
you try to pretend like
it was you. Why would I change position? Anybody knows me with the entire national security, I'm one of the most consistent. So
yeah, but consistent in a wrong way. So consistent
why
in a wrong
way.
Change?
Why you say I'm going to change my position? I will maintain my position.
Consistent in the wrong way, I don't think that's something to be proud of. But listen, that by the wayside. Like you said, it's on here. Most of the listeners are long-term listeners. They can verify which of us is not saying the truth right now. I'm just saying, what Femi and everybody else is saying is right, and it's always been my position. We don't necessarily need more men. I'm not saying we don't need more men, but you have to also, it has to work in tandem. Especially if most of the army, the police, and every security officer in Nigeria are badly trained. badly equipped. The welfare is not up to standards. They cannot make a living without extorting the citizens that they're supposed to guard. Nobody is saying we don't need more people on the ground. I would also agree that we do. But I think an over-policed society could also play into the hands of the marauders right now. Over-policed people, especially in a place where people's actions are not taken into account. I'm saying in this case, government officials, the police. It could lead to more abuses than we presently have. This will in turn do nothing but turn these people against the government that is actually working for them. I think instituting or taking into account the use of technology will actually help more. If you had 1 million people right now, like you say you want 1 million soldiers, right?
Yes.
Where do you want to put them? What part of the country?
All over the country, most of the strategic areas, power stations, power lines, the outskirts, even the areas that are not fully occupied, they can just man those areas, ensuring that natural resources, reconnaissance, whatever else that can be done to affect the country. You position them everywhere, like a grid. You put them like a grid in the country so that any incidents that occurs, if you tighten the net. In other words, you can't move out of that net, because the more you try to move out of the net, the more they are gathering, because they have more numbers. They will catch you.
Well, myself and Tony have actually proposed this numerous times on this show.
Who proposed this?
Myself and Tony. And
that's interesting. I didn't get that too.
Oh, it was your show. It was your show. Again,
yeah,
it was your show when we were talking.
Position all the time. He argues against that position.
No, that was actually the day Tony said certain things, and I knew that he actually had knowledge of how security works. So he mentioned certain things and tried to watch his words. Nah, it was on him. We talked about the Donnet wires. We talked about the Corsina wires. We talked about how the topography of the Northeast, and Tony actually even revealed how he had worked with VIPs, and he mentioned certain equipments that could be used in the North. So it was on your show. But that said, it's not just manpower that's needed. Manpower alone is not going to do everything.
I agree. I'm not disputing that. Yeah, go ahead.
A critical aspect, and I'm glad people are talking more about it, is a critical aspect that is missing is the intelligence. You're not going to beat these people with just guns. It's not going to happen. Like you mentioned, electronic monitoring. You need that. But you also need to infiltrate that group or those groups. If you do not have someone from the inside that can give you live information of their plans, their actions, or impending plans, you're not going to go far. You're going to kill them today and they're going to spring up tomorrow. And if, just like Boko Haram used to go after strategic targets in Nigeria before, during the Jonathan era. When they got decimated and their capacity was reduced, they moved on to soft targets. Suicide bombings, hitting people in the marketplace, innocent civilians praying, usually in the mosque, before they now decide to start actually even targeting the churches. So containing them, yes, with the numbers is needed, but infiltrating them is paramount.
I agree with that too.
And you put 1 billion people on the ground, they're not going to do it if you cannot infiltrate the group and destroy them from within.
It's a concerted effort. This is why I said 2 million jobs, 1 million in the military, 1 million police, customs, and this in secret services. Because if you amplify the secret service, they give the highest return in terms of pound for pound.
What do you mean secret services?
The secret services, intelligence services, to collect information, track information, and sometimes actually intercept before they even actually.
I mean, we already have the NSA for that.
They're not significant. Their size is minimal. Compare them to, like, say, Israeli intelligence, they are nothing. And if
what do you mean that?
That intelligence services, like if you look at something like Mossad now and all the rest, you're not going to compare the Nigerian intelligence to that at all. So what I'm talking about is
compare them in what way? In size and technological advancement,
effectiveness.
Well, I mean, come on, Nigeria is a developing country and it's not technologically advanced. Why would you compare the effectiveness to that of the Mossad?
Because you have to look at the world you are in. Don't look at only Nigeria. Nigeria is part of the world. We can't just think as if we are in some kind of silo. The world is out there, and they can. If you think only Nigeria, then whatever you are doing is still limited, because the people that have higher technology will be able to undermine you.
All right. So are you saying, okay, now this is how I go with conflict issues. So now, are you talking about espionage? You're talking about Nigerians intelligence carrying out spy activities against potential adversaries or even friendly countries, allies.
Yeah. People that support terror. Yeah, that's what you do. Every separate. The people that spy on America the most are Israelis.
How do you
have to?
All right, I know that. But how do you know for a fact that Nigeria does not carry out this kind of missions, the intelligence agents?
One, because based on the way they act, they report everything anyway to the other side. You can see that Ribadu, the head of the NSA, is begging them. And at the same time, I've not seen one Nigerian spy one day caught and brought on TV like, oh, he's been spying on us. He's been taking our secret and trading it with Nigeria. No, because the guy you are going to trade it with will hand it back to the ambassador. He goes back.
Okay, so
that is the pathetic situation we're in.
Okay, so this is going again. Remember, we're discussing this now. We were discussing a local issue. Remember, you made it international and talking about the effectiveness of the NSA versus the Mossad. Excuse me.
I'm just setting the standard. I'm setting the standard.
Right. So
I'm just saying.
Well, you did bring it. You did bring it in.
No, I didn't bring it in. I just said the standard of our.
Okay, so if you want to run away from it, that's fine. Let's just stick to local. I don't want us to
go start talking about it.
Right. So you should have not brought up the Mossad instead of acting like you. No,
I said as a standard, I need it to be that high. That's all.
All right. So if you want to stick to that, then maybe do you want us to discuss that, or do you want us to go back home?
I don't want to go there. I would rather go back home so we can discuss.
Fine. So let's just stick to that, and let's stop conflating issues. So,
okay.
If what you want is within Nigeria, what has shown you right now that the Nigerian intelligence agencies are not doing, and that would also be my position, but what has shown you as a person that the Nigerian intelligence agencies are not doing what they're supposed to be doing?
They are doing some of it, but I'm not sure they are as effective as they should be, personally. And if you look at some of the stuff going on in the country, they should have been able to report and ensure, or some of them intercepted some of it. Like the report we saw with people, guns, traveling all over the country. Many Nigerians can boast that they can almost bring anything into the country as they see fit. So I cannot say they are optimal, and they cannot be, given the resources that they have at their disposal. It's obvious. But given what they are doing, I think they are still overperforming, given the resources they have at their disposal.
But you see, okay, so now you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. In one instance, given the resources they're underperforming. This is what you just said.
Overperforming.
No.
I meant overperforming.
No. Listen, I've had this. I know how you discuss. You basically said the NSA, given the resources that they have, are not doing what they are supposed to be doing in terms of intelligence gathering with regards to how they're carrying out the war against terrorism. This was your position. But again, because you know that you've always said that they are overperforming with regards to the amount of police that is on the ground right now, you quickly try to switch it. So which is it? Is the NSA, wait. Which is it? Are they performing not well enough based on the resources at their disposal, or are they overperforming even with the mega resources that is available to them? Which is it? Because it can be both at the same time.
I will shock you by telling you that based on the minimal resources that they have, the outcome that they are achieving based on what is necessary to secure our nation is suboptimal. That's not good enough for the nation. But objectively, based on the resources that they are getting compared to any other security services in the world, they are actually overperforming because of the.
Are we going international again? Are we going international again?
No, it's not international. It's in a way, it's just a standard I'm using. Whenever I say standard, you say I'm taking international.
No, but you can't. We cannot be talking locally, basing all our answers on the local realities on the ground. But then, 1 second again, because you want to be proven right, you go out of bounds of what we're talking about and change the rules of the game. Because you just because you wanted to say, again, this is why I said you can't speak from both sides of the mouth. You can't always be right. So is the NSA under? Is the NSA?
You have to talk to me. Sorry, hold on. Your point is not going to run away. You have to talk to the person you're talking to. You know, I've often said our security forces are overperforming. At the same time, it doesn't mean the result. Like now, I know they are being kidnapped. They are kidnapping people every day. You should understand the concept behind it. Just because I say they are overperforming doesn't mean the result they are actually achieving is good enough. I'm just saying that based on what they have, they are doing their best. They are outperforming what the resources that they've got, the motivation they've got, the support they've got, everything put together. They are actually achieving some results that people don't give them credit for, which is even makes it even worse, makes it more demoralizing. That's the context you should be looking at what I'm saying. And when I said our security forces are overperforming, I'm saying it from that context. It doesn't mean the result they are achieving is anything standard and or this thing desirable. That's not what you want. You want something a lot better than that. It's not contradictory. Both positions are true.
It is contradictory, but in any event, I think it is. Everybody listening can tell, but I think what Nigeria needs, the military is bogged down. It is stretched thin. There has to be a complete restructuring of the country, at least the security apparatus. I think what Nigeria needs to do, because you give everybody access to state policing or the authority to create their own security force, you are just calling for anarchy the way Nigeria is designed right now. You're calling for more gangs or probably down the line rebel groups. What I think the Nigerian government needs to do, I've proposed this again before, even before things got this insane, is for the Nigerian government to quickly, they have to do this quickly. It is imperative that they quickly do it. Figure out, at least in 10 different states or localities or communities, however they want to design it, how they want to move on with state policing. Don't just make everybody, just don't go pass a law and make every state now you're responsible for your own policing. You're going to destroy that country because there are a lot of nefarious characters disguising as leaders in Nigeria right now. At this point, if we cannot tell that
but
a lot of this,
it's not inevitable that if you create state police, that it could lead to a positive outcome. I agree with you. 70% likely, based on the way politicians are right now, it could turn very, very bad. 70%, but with the right rules in place, and with the positive impact, especially if they are going to recruit new police, not just take the national police and divide
it cannot. 70% means failure, dismal failure. So when you say 70%,
likely,
when you say yes, well, however word you want to use, likely, possibly.
Yeah, but with the right rules, you could get the 30%. With the right rules,
well, if you have 70%, a failure rate of 70%, you're as good as dead. All right, 70%. You didn't even say 35%, which would also be.
No, I'm not saying failure rate. Maybe I'm saying what you described, like that thing could turn very bad. It could go very bad. Like could lead to the breakup of the nation.
Well, 70%.
Yeah, 70% you are correct. No, 70% you are correct by that.
So meaning 70% bad, a failure rate of 70%.
Yes, but I'm saying,
so we're saying the same thing.
If you put the rules in place, that 70% will reduce. If you put the rules in place.
If you put the rules in place of anything, it will work out fine. All right. So
that's what I'm trying to draw to your attention.
70% of a failure rate of 70% is dismal. It is abysmal. All right? That is the bottom line. If you gave the politicians in Nigeria right now control over their own politics or their own localities, and you're saying, and you agree with me that 7 out of 10 will fail. If you're saying 7 out of 10 will fail, that means you're saying in Nigeria, what's that? 21 states about?
No, I think you are misunderstanding the probability I'm quoting here, but you can go ahead.
What's the probability?
Like if you want to do one thing and somebody tells you that you have a chance of succeeding, 70% chance of succeeding, 70% chance of failing, yet it's just one thing you're doing, what does that mean? It means that your likelihood of failing it is tilted against you. You are likely to fail that action, or you are likely to pass.
Listen, okay.
So it's not about 70. It's not about 10 times, 7 times the thing is going to fail or something like that. No.
70% simply means 7 out of 10.
In probability, it means you are tilted 70% chance of failure.
Forefathers, 70%. If the number was 10, it means you're going to fail 7 out of 10 times.
Okay. If I tell you now, let me give you the concept. I think we are struggling with this concept. If I tell you what is the odds of when you throw a die, what are the probability that you get 1 when you throw a die?
I don't know, based on what? 1 out of 6.
Yeah, 1 out of 6, isn't it? So because it's 1 out of 6, it's 60%. This thing is 8% chance or something. No, less than 12%. I'm not even sure. I think maybe 16-18% chance you are going to score a 1. No, that's what it means.
Listen, let's just stick to listen.
I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm telling you so that you can understand.
Oh boy,
we have to have a baseline of conversation.
Yeah, like let me just move on. Like you just keep it rough to me every time. Like
no, but that's why we are having this conversation. Maybe you will learn something here today. Oh, look at that, he's laughing. I'm trying to teach you probabilities here. So you understand the chances of something happening or the chances of something failing. Oh my God, there's a lot of noise.
If you said 7 out of 10, listen, in any event, If you say there's a 70% chance, are you saying there's a 70% chance it will succeed or 70% chance it will fail?
Yeah, that's it. You like that chance?
Which is it?
Yeah,
Both
70%
can
chance.
be true.
No, 70% chance that it will fail based on the way you are looking at it.
So
But
seven out of
if you put
don't go too far. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. No, don't go too far. If you agree, you say stop putting caveats. We do know you're not talking to people that don't know the essence of law and order. Of course, we all know that if the proper rules are put in place and implemented and carried out, it will succeed. We know this. Just stick to
good. That's all.
Oh my God, you are wonderful. So 7 out of 10 times. I mean, I'm sorry, but your boy keeps interrupting me every time I make a statement.
Yeah, let me finish so that Emeka.
So if 7 out of 10 you agree that it will fail, we both agree then that it is not in the best interest of Nigeria at this time to give total power of governance or policing to the governors because they have nefarious characters in charge. So this leads to where I was going to before we started talking about rolling dice and gambling. What I'm saying is very simple. A pilot project. Pick out in Nigeria, the Nigerian government picks out certain states or localities and use them. Maybe it could be local municipal policing, it could be state policing, it could be county like we have them here, local government policing. Pick out 10, maybe 15 as their funding can carry them, and use it as a pilot project, maybe for the next 4 years. And bit by bit, you start spreading it out. But the policing has to be under strict federal oversight, which will go with the rules and regulations that you mentioned. It has to have strict federal oversight. But if the federal government makes the mistake in Nigeria today, as it is, with the security situations on the ground, and allows all 36 states plus Abuja to be in charge of their own policing, I tell you right now, it'll fail. And we can always come back to this in the future. But pilot projects, bit by bit, strict federal oversight, and I think there's a chance.
Thank you for that. Amen. Thank you for joining us. I noticed that the fact that you show up here today, you're a man of logic. You like to have this sort of conversation because we've been having a lot of other conversations. You didn't show up until we had this conversation. Maybe it's just by coincidence, but it's interesting that I saw you here today. How have you been? And it looks like you have been relaxing, whatever you are, and you look well. I'm glad to see you looking good. So what do you make of the conversation about our relationship with truth? Do you think you can see that here in some of our conversation that we have a dysfunctional relationship with truth?
Greetings to everybody. Greetings to you tonight, AY, Femi, and Boom Boom Ray. Sincerely speaking, if you say we have, what kind of relationship did you say we have with truth?
Dysfunctional or broken relationship to truth. Like the language I used was, do we have a broken sense of truth? Because we believe we know the truth, but often it's not objective truth.
Okay, well, I don't really know if we have that that kind of a relationship with the truth. But one thing I'm certain of is that you can only have one truth about an issue. Then you can have various perspectives. Now, does the truth always come out to light? In this kind of world we are in, I don't think that is it all the time. It helps us if the truth comes out to light. and we get that knowledge of the truth. But the truth is that there are a lot of angles to it, a lot of positions that have been taken, that would determine if the interest, a lot of interests are always at play that would determine if the truth or if what they want us to know is the truth or a colored opinion given to us as truth, just to move on. There could be good reasons, there could be bad reasons. And that doesn't stop the word from rolling, doesn't stop the word from moving on, doesn't stop us from non-existing. You get the point? So it depends on which side of the story we want or the angle to which the truth is to be given. You get the point? But even if the truth is not given, that doesn't mean that we can't still logically reason some things out and make decisions with the premises that we have in order to reach a certain conclusion. What do I mean? Why I purposely came for this meeting was because of your statements that you made earlier. And I think that if I can summarize what you're trying to say, that security should supersede law, especially if survival is the goal of the game. If that's a kind of paraphrase, I don't know if that is if I'm correct to paraphrase that.
Yeah, I think I guess if survival first before everything else, and you always, it doesn't mean that you should not do it. You have to eat, you have to do all that to survive. So
no, certainly, but and I know you quoted a kind of a medieval, you had the medieval Machiavelli, like this is the wisdom that has been in ages past. Security is always the foundation of every powerful society, which I agree to that. But what if you consider the fact that in those days, things have changed compared to this contemporary world that we are in? Like, nobody just fights wars anyhow again here. Not that wars don't happen, but the rate of wars going on now compared to those periods, definitely you know that significantly we don't fight wars in this world again.
What if I told you, what if I told you that?
So let me land first. Okay. Let me just build up I know your position and I've listened to it well. But I just want to see from the other side, which I think other people are also trying to let you understand.
Okay, I will try to see from the other side. Go ahead.
Now, this is my position. What's those just happen again now, except if they are well connived and it's not just out of outright arrogance of, oh, I want to take your property and I'm going to war this time around. Things just don't happen like that again. Unlike in those days, the purpose is I want to show my superiority. If you don't pay your homage, if you don't bow down to me, and I'll conquer your cities, I'll conquer everything and let you know that I am the big man here. Those are reasons. But in these present days and seasons, it is more sophisticated than that. And what does that mean? It gives chance to even smaller cities, smaller group to still mediate their way with the so-called big powers and still live well. Like the shark and the mimosa, there's this relationship where you have a shark and the small fish, but the small fish simply lives on the food that the shark throws away. You call it remnants, but it's more than enough for them to live well. In fact, they choose that relationship because it is better for them than to go soft for their own food themselves. These are kind of relationships that can exist in this present world, which in the previous world, they don't happen like that. So what am I trying to say here? In a multicultural city like Nigeria, where a lot of things is at stake, you have distrust, you have lack of will, you have purposeless leadership, you have ineptitude at the brazen ineptitude that even an average common sense person understands that this is a fool. This is basically disrespecting my sense of common sense. and you see the people that you already will your power to save you, to protect you, demonstrating that, and you want me to come and give my life for such a person because they are talking of nationality and patriotism, I don't think that is fair on the average Nigerians. And coercing them to come into military or into the security architecture in order to preserve their so-called country is not fair on them, because number one, there's no sense of country with them. There's no sense of nationality. There's no sense of nationhood, where they are not certain that if I die, I'll be taken care of by, we've seen videos of soldier wives, military women, wives who've come out to complain about the way that they've been treated after the passing on of their gallant husbands who have fought for this country. And we've had stories of men who are in the uniform who complain not just because they do not have the right equipment, but because they were even led into the traps in order for them, because they don't really matter in the scheme of things. And you expect the average person who has common sense to consider security over law, order, unity, rule. Let me just put them as law altogether. All these other positions that I think should matter now. So my position is this: you can't force the average Nigerian into the military again. It's not in those kind of world. We don't live in those kind of world again. No, the life has changed. It might work in the medieval times, in Machiavellian times, but in this present time, it's not going to work. You don't force people, except if you live in North Korea. But if it is still democracy, if it's still the fact that, yes, I am still more tribal than nationalistic, you can't force me to come and join the military, except it pays my tribal position, except it suits my ethnic position. That is only when I can take it up. So I want you to see it that way, that if you truly want security, then you have to do some things first before you talk of security in this present Nigeria that we are in. You can't just go and say, okay, employ 4 million youths. Where will you see those 4 million? Who will come and join? The 4 million that you can't even give proper uniforms, that you can't feed well, that they know that if they lose their lives, they are seeing exactly what is going to happen to them by looking at the people who are ahead of them. We saw very recently where retired policemen were protesting that they have not been given their entitlements for over a period of time. And you think the present crop of policemen would give their best in order to serve that kind of a country? Where do they even live? See their barracks. Do you want to tell me that all of this put together, you can still consciously and with conscience justify that military should come first? Now, another argument you want to place is, but how do we handle all of this if we are not even certain of ourselves as a nation? Especially when you begin to talk of foreigners coming to take over our lands or whatever and whatever. The question would be that, okay, the ones we have, how have we even managed ourselves to build trust? There's something that builds nationhood. When there is a common general sense of opposition, that we understand that, oh, all these things are going to affect all of us together. The Black South Africans, they came together when they saw that the problem they were facing is not unique to anybody. It's basically to all of them at once. They have to face it. So once there is a sense of unity, that's kind of, once there's a kind of challenge that builds sense of unity, yes, people become patriotic or nationalistic or racist, in whatever way you want to put it. But when the outside, the inner forces are breaking you apart, and with common sense judging, you are seeing that there is no will for those who have given you, for those you've given the power to save, to protect, to lead you, and I mean the this time around. There's no single will to make things right. Then you question, how do you want me to trust you that if I give myself, because I know the contract I'm going to sign, you say, if I sign this contract, then I'm willing to give my life. So how do you want me to be sure that you truly have my back?
So, see,
in
what
this
you are saying,
military, you've been infiltrated. We have records of infiltration by this same group of people, and not just that. Are this true or we don't have facts? Because there's one argument you also placed that facts, if you don't have facts to make your argument, then they are not true. Like, and the truth could be subjective. In fact, that was where you started from. But the truth is that if I ask you to tell me your childhood, and you tell me, can I reference you to others? And I said, this is what this person experienced. I believe if you tell me, I should be able to say that is the truth. And if I go by your argument, I can simply denigrate your childhood experience and say it's a complete lie. But you will know that it's a truth. So the fact that I didn't experience your childhood doesn't mean that I can't quote it, because you experienced it. And I should be able to quote it.
yes.
So meaning that someone like Reverend, what's the name of that Reverend that you criticize quickly in that same statement?
Reverend
can make statements
Ladley,
and say, because even though it was the motive for a cause, not because he wanted to be, but was trying to place judgment and common sense and say, come, this is what is happening. Have we seen this thing happening? Do you have records of this? There are a lot of records to justify what is going on right now. You might want to call it genocide, I understand. But the truth is that all these issues can be solved if we see will from the government, and you know that, okay, this is what the government is doing, this is what they are trying to do, and we can see pinpoint action that can build trust in people. Then I can come and serve and say, okay, I know what is going on. But I've seen soldiers, military men, I have people also who have said, we know when we want to go, and sometimes we are given false information, or we are simply held back with our hands and say, hey, do not just go ahead and do the needful. And then you question, okay, do we really want to solve the problem, or we just want a perception of the problem being solved, whereas people are really losing their lives here? So I want you to understand that, yes, security matters, and nobody undermines security in a state. But the truth is that in a multicultural system like Nigeria, where a lot of things are in play, if you truly want a Nigerian that works, you must build the trust among all the people. And this trust is not even between among Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. It's among the other over 370 ethnic groups. Everybody must be a player, not just three big people. No. So if all of us are not trusting the system, there's no way we will have security, because some other persons will always see some group of people overriding us. So I want you to understand this system and see that in this contemporary Nigerian situation, security is not number one. We must first accept that, are we even a country? Can we trust ourselves in this country? What is the law backing us up? And we must see this law taking effect so that I can trust the system that, okay, if I lose my life for this country, I know that my children will not suffer. And I don't need them to be given preferential treatment. Let just the system take care of everybody the way it should be taken care of. That is it.
Okay, based on what you said, every time we talk about national security, we talk about welfare and stuff like that too. We forget that many of the nations we like to envy, like we sit in, they went through hell to get their nations to where they got to. I always use China because that one is very, very stark, because they were living on rations when that same nation went ahead to build their nuclear technology. They were literally living on rations, and many of them were dying of famine when their crops failed because of the policies of the communist government. So that's what they did while they were going through hell. So the idea that we can't put national security first before we do those things.
What is stopping us from building those new nuclear reactors, as you mentioned? What is stopping us from doing it now?
People like you. The citizens are the ones stopping it.
No, not the citizens.
You know what they would rather say?
Yes.
Go and do food. Make sure people have food first. That's what you people focus on. You forget that if you plug that gap, like you do every day when you build your house, you don't
Okay.
wait until somebody come and steal it from your house. You put a door, you put burglary proof, you put inside an estate, then you put barbed wire fences, then you put gate man at the estate listing, then you put local vigilante. All this is inefficient way of managing resources, and you are paranoid even before you are attacked. But for your nation, when they say you should do it, like no, let's worry about food first. Let's do those other things first. You don't say that when you're building a house that I have to be eating all the time before I start even securing the house.
Now,
So,
can I turn that argument to on its head?
no. Let me address one other thing first, like about what you said about Machiavelli.
Yeah.
One of the examples he gave, he went as far back as Spain. No, not Spain. Rome. I mean, then used another country that was around during this time. He called them the Switzers, which are people of Switzerland. He says these people are doing so well because they are secure and they are the freest people. He said, to tell you how correct he is, he said the most secure nations tend to be the freest ones. Guess what? America, is it not the most powerful country in the world today? Is it not one of the freest? And Switzerland that he talked about almost 400 years ago is still one of the most secure countries in the world today. And it's, oh my God, it's truly the freest.
Why is Switzerland the most secure country today?
Because they have more bunkers than we have soldiers.
You think so?
They have bunkers to put all their citizens in a war. All. Not like Hamas is just getting coaching. Hamas is a baby compared to them. They will put all their citizens on the ground if there's a war. So that's how advanced they are. And their democratic system is one of the most advanced. They have a presidential council system where you have 7 heads of state.
Now you are talking. That is the reason. Look, when you think that do you think that we did
why they are
bunkers?
secure?
Wait,
They did that. They were secure first. No, sorry. During the time of Machiavelli, they didn't have that. Let me make that clear. So they were secure first before they had that.
Okay.
Nobody had democracy during the time of Machiavelli. Let's face it. That was 400 years ago. So that is the point I'm trying to make to you, that security, if you don't take care of it, there are too many examples to give. Give me the opposite example.
What if in a situation in a situation where there's a particular group of people within the Switzerland state that now begin to see like fairness is not being a priority in the system? Do you think that security is going to hold them for a long time?
Yeah, but that's the beauty now. If
that's
you create that, if that's the beauty of the system, if you create a secure environment, because one of the reasons why nations collapse is because they are bleeding. Nations collapse because they are bleeding. You have corruption and all this thing because they are bleeding. If a human being is bleeding and you try to treat that human being, it's not going to work until you plug that gap. So that's why they have justice. When you plug that gap, you start having justice. You start seeing all those things come to fruition.
What you just said simply underscores all the argument and nullifies everything you said. That if humans are bleeding, security will not work. You can't.
No, I said no, not security. I said justice system. Your system will not work. Not security will not work.
No, eventually, if your system doesn't work, what happens to security? Do you think it will stand?
Because but if you have security, the bleeding will stop. If you have security, the bleeding will stop. That's my point.
Security will now form. The only people who will be secured in that system, let me tell it to you now, will be the ones making the rules. Because now it will become authoritarian. They will use the powers they have to secure themselves, and other people will die.
But they don't do that, though. History suggests that they don't do that.
That is what will always happen. Because when people don't
all the greatest empires in the world, their people enjoy bounty. They don't oppress their people. That's what Machiavelli discovered. The more power you have, the more those people that have that power are free. That is weird, isn't it? But that's what happens. You would think they will use it to oppress their people, but that's not the opposite. Because those people have so much power, they will use the power to go and oppress other people. Then they will be like privileged citizens. They will be freer.
Let me quickly say something. I want to go asleep. I know if I don't drag
Welcome.
you, don't let me say something.
Welcome. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining us.
Greetings, everyone. Eme, long time.
Hey, why? I greet you.
Yeah, my brother Eme, he said truth is one. I kind of actually disagree with him. Yeah, truth can be one, right? I've heard people on this platform each time they discuss it, they're gonna like, oh, two things can be true at the same time. Yes, that's actually true. Because when you discuss it true, we actually have two type of truth. One, you can call it absolute truth, which is the objective truth. Objective truth, you can't even argue it. It's either yes or no. So you can't argue it. For example, when you say water boil at 100 degrees, that's a fact. That's it. Objective truth. Nigeria has 36 states. It's a truth. It's an absolute truth. Yeah, it's also a fact. It's just that truth, that objective truth, yeah, is stronger than fact. Especially things in the past. Let's say Nigeria got independence in 1960. It's something you don't argue. It's a fact, it's a truth. It's an objective truth. Then you come to the relative truth, which is the subjective truth. That is where our opinion tends to matter. Like if I say forefather shirt is beautiful, Eme can say, no, the shirt is not beautiful. We could live in the same city. I'll say, oh, London is the most beautiful city in the world. It's most peaceful city. Eme will say, no, I live in the same city. No, I don't believe that. So that is when truth becomes subjective, because it's based on personal experience, personal opinion. This kind of truth. But what you find most on this platform, people come with a lot of absolute lies that you can't even fact check anywhere. And what is really no, you have not. To be honest, at the point
I know that.
fed up, right?
I'm getting tired of it.
If I tell you, state some things I've heard on this platform, the person know nothing like that exists. They will just say it. So it's bad that if four of us are here right now, these same people, they will come and tell you, no, you are not seeing the fifth person. We are 5 here. We are not 4. They just want to talk. They will argue. I'm telling you. They will see why. They will tell you, no, look at it very well. I'm telling you, that is not why. I'm looking at it with my head. I'm telling you. You are laughing.
I've seen this now. Believe me, I know.
This is how bad it is. And it's very difficult to have discussion with this kind of people because it's deliberate. They will drag you to the mud. Yeah, but yeah, like my whole intention is for all of us to learn. Yeah, I will listen to ML or something. Okay, it's like that. Opportunity. When people speak objectively, you will always learn stuff, right? Like today, I heard you attacking Femi. Femi is one of the most objective person on this platform. Femi will not come. He's not here now. He will not come and just be saying stuff. So if Femi tell me, oh, why your mouth is smelly, I will have to look at it. I would like pay attention to that message because he is an objective person that states facts. That's it, Femi. You know that no human being is perfect, but to be honest, I give it to some people. When I take them very seriously for me. So when they are speaking, I listen. I take them very seriously because they don't just talk. They don't just come and just
but you remember when I always say that on almost everything you are like 100% like objective. You go after everything, and the only time you even waver a little bit, which is not even that significant compared to others, it's not even that significant. Is when we are discussing Islam. I say that because I see that. You see that? I say that because that is where I think you waver a little bit, and the reason why I'm highlighting that is like Femi too. Femi on many things is objective, but sometimes it does come across as losing that objectivity. like some of the points, he wouldn't even let me answer him, because if you have objectivity to reach a greater truth, because generally if you listen to each other, you guys will actually arrive at a greater truth. But
Yes,
he wouldn't
true.
let that happen.
True.
And that's a sign that somebody is kind of trying to stunt the conversation, not wanting to go anywhere, so that he just wins the argument. At least in his perception that he has won the argument. And that is what I've hardly seen that in you. Only when it comes down to Islam, a little bit.
No. You see, because I know Islamic religion, for example, when I try to explain things, because you don't understand it, you don't put your mind yet, you would think I'm trying to defend. No, it's not. You need to open your mind, pay attention, then you understand the things I'm explaining. For me, to be honest, if I don't know it, I don't know it. I don't know how these people.
Yeah, but you notice that you are using the kind of tone, that kind of tone way pastors use. They're like, open your mind on everything you're objective.
No.
When it comes to open your mind.
Ordinarily, right? To be honest, the kind of way I grew up, like, I'm not trained to look at things based on tribe, religion. Initially, when I was coming to this platform, I was fighting people that would come with tribe. No, stop that. Why you? Because a lot of people lack emotional intelligence. It's just like today, you were pointing out Nnamdi Kanu, while somebody was pointing out some people in the north. Because you might say, this person is from my place. Whatever he does, no, I'm going to support it. But you are calling out another tribe. It's a problem. So, part of the problem we are having in Nigeria.
And you know what made that man was? He was literally talking about being straight. I was like, how crooked is this? And you are saying you are being straight. Like, you can't even that kind of stuff. That's why I even made the topic. Like, it's our sense of truth broken, where you can literally not see things straight, and you are literally saying you are seeing it straight. Like, I don't understand it. You are condemning one side and defending the other side.
Yeah. That's the problem we're having in Nigeria today now. It's just like when Buhari was in power, you see some Northerners defending him, whatever he does. Today, some Yoruba are doing it. So this is the Nigeria we find ourselves. It's really difficult. Like,
and it's toxic. It's damaging their tribes. It's damaging everything. It's damaging everything, and they don't know it.
It is. So you have a country of, I don't know, some people will say 500 tribes, some people will say 2 or something. How do you reconcile? When are we going to stop? Like, to the extent that I see people hate their country. I've never seen people hate a country, like they hate their country like the way some people hate Nigeria. Some Nigerians hate Nigeria. You see, I have a friend. In fact, I have 2 Iranian friends. One, I work with her. She hates the leadership of Iran. She has never been to Iran for the past 20 years. But during that war with Israel, bro, come and see the support, how these people are united. They were united, like, still, they don't like the leadership. These people I'm talking, but they love their country. They will tell you no. Even the India we talk about, I went to school with a lot of India. When it comes to their country, both the Muslim, the Christian, the Hindu, the other tribe, they take it very seriously. But when it comes to Nigeria, you see somebody that want to destroy your country, forget the differences. You first come together first to save the country. You know, it's very problematic. Honestly, the issue that have happened the past couple of months, when I look at them, I'm like, I begin to realize that, because I used to think during the slave trade, like, Black people were really evolved. That is when I realized that, our people were really evolved. Because if that happened today, people are still there that will do the same thing. They will collect money and sell themselves. I'm telling you. So now I fully believe that, you know, because it's very disappointing. I understand the frustration of the country. Things are not working. People are frustrated. the division. We're still gonna look for a way to get everybody in line. You know, Nigeria need to take this issue very seriously.
See, people like you, I think the people I can say that have, for me, in my experience here, if I look at all the people I see on the panel, 5% are the ones that you can say reliably say they can reason at a level that can stand a chance of bringing a nation together. Because if you cannot be able to see beyond your own group and understand that you still have a bigger group like this Nigeria, you can't relate to that properly. You can't reach out across the line. As a matter of fact, maybe that is what they denied us Awo's presidency in Nigeria, because Awo was too insular. That is the problem. Maybe if he had managed, he was a bit more outgoing and he won the presidency, maybe Nigeria would have been transformed. Who knows? So that you need people, especially the talented ones, to be able to also be able to reach out. Because this country, the way it is right now with the religion and everything, there are barriers that they have created that have been there for a long time. Politicians have made sure they dug in with it. They dug in even further. And so the so-called Department of Orientation of the Nation, I don't know what they call it, is doing a terrible job. It's like absentee landlord. That organization should have some power to say, you know what, your action is undermining this nation. Even the leaders, you should have the power to call leaders out. That you're not behaving the way you're behaving the right way to keep the nation cohesive. So, but you need people like you, people that can see beyond that, like people like Maska. Because someone like Maska, you can see that even if he has his innate biases, but he sees beyond that. You can see that he sees beyond that. That's why he's able to come here, have conversations, and it's okay, just fine. And I believe if you go to the North, you are going to be able to govern them just fine. They are not going to even have one issue at all. Like, oh, this guy is being against us because he's from the South. Or no, none of that. Because you can see beyond that. It's not because you hate your people. You govern your people well. People like that are needed. Like, it's like you are needed, like it's essential. It's not like it's even optional. If the nation is going to be fixed, people like that are going to fix it. You expecting Nnamdi Kanu to be the one? Can you imagine that Nnamdi Kanu, minister of national orientation, he's going to totally rip the country apart. So my point is that people like that are essential. It's not even optional. They are the ones that have to be raised up, moved forward, not these dividers and kind of leaders. Like I always keep talking about Bike Dabiri. I don't know what that woman is doing in government. She doesn't like all Nigerians. So why are you representing all Nigerians if you don't like them? That's the kind of things I don't like. So
and now you look at you see you eventually come into that same point. Oh, sorry, just 1 or 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
You see, when you mention someone like Abike Dabiri, I'm a Yoruba man, and personally I don't like what she's doing. But why is she there? Because you say maybe she's playing the politics and she's representing the Yoruba group. Maybe those are the two reasons why she's there. She's representing a certain group and she's playing the politics. But the question would be, is she representing the Nigerian populace all at large? Because even from her statements, you can pick that they are kind of sentimental to certain group of people. Or
that is what Fofada is saying.
And that is why
people that shouldn't be running the country.
Exactly. And this to Nigeria, this is my point, because you question, if I'm a president and I can see that and leave it that way, what about other things that I can decide and people are not seeing? And you don't want me to go and give my life to that kind of a system. You see,
are giving it to Nigeria, not him.
To Nigeria.
The lives you will protect are not his. He already has security.
These are the people that will decide and say you should go to one place and you must obey that law. And also, it is an order. You must obey it, and you are not. Yes. Common sense tells you this is a wrong thing to do. And
you are saying those women, those children. So you are saying those people in the churches should keep getting attacked, slaughtered because you don't like the president.
That is not the point. Why
You see, my point is that when they deploy you, even if your presence is completely useless, you will still
when they deploy you
lives.
and you understand that they are asking soldiers to leave 30 minutes before something happens, you know that is not coincidence. That is a connived work.
That is one incident. That is one incident. Most of the nation.
Kunle Olawumi, who used to be a military man, came on TV, gave statements. Are you saying he doesn't know what he's saying?
Yeah, you see what you are doing. You see what you are doing. You notice that. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. No, you see, you will not see it. Hold on. Let me just say what I'm saying so that you can understand what I'm saying. While I was addressing AI and talking about all the things that was going on in the country and how it would be good for people to have objectivity and all the rest of it, you were quiet. The moment I mentioned Abike Dabiri, because that one is again based on feelings again, you zoned in on that one and you went straight in there.
No. When you mentioned Abike Dabiri, what did I say? I said this is exactly the point I was making. I was supporting your point that you're also coming to my point.
The fact that I know it and I still remain objective, yours, it drags you away from objectivity. That's the problem.
But if the topic is Abike Dabiri, right? Let me ask you guys. And Emmy, I see you. At least I get what you were saying when you keep saying the politics on the ground. And the forefathers' position today is we should speak the truth regardless of whose ox is gored. Do you think, and this is to everybody on here, do you think the likes of Abike Dabiri, knowing the situation on the ground, knowing how inflamed tensions are, knowing how tribal Nigerians are, if their man is in power or not in power, are the likes of Abike Dabiri a necessary evil, I put evil in quotes, in terms of Nigerian politics as we have it today?
Do I think it is a necessary evil to have? Is that
yes, you need someone like Abike Dabiri. Are they necessary?
No, you could have a person, because I believe that in terms of experience and competence, I think she's up there. You can't deny that.
All right.
You get the point. But where I begin to disjoin myself from that position is the way she's playing it, because I think she could play it better by being nationalistic and portraying the position as a position of Nigerians, not tribal, not political. You get the point? Because now it is no more politics. This is governance that we need now. And governance is different from politics. Once you're done with politics, you govern. And you don't govern APC. You don't govern a set of people. You govern the whole country. That is how you build unity.
Yeah.
Anybody that makes a mistake, you don't make it look like it is a mistake from a particular position or points of view. It is a Nigerian that makes a mistake. And anybody that it's a Nigerian that glorifies the country. You see, these are ways you arrange it, and people will not see you as being ethnocentric.
I agree with that.
No,
let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me just add, I agree with what you are saying about Abike Dabiri. Is when you shift from that position, you start saying, is that the military to, you can't, why would anybody go and work for this government to secure the country? The reason why that you do that is because you are not securing Tinubu. You are securing innocent people, like that old lady that's running around in the church trying to escape bandits that are coming to.
You're making it sound like I don't have an option. Wait,
I don't understand.
Because you are in the UK, for example. You can as well go to Nigeria and join the military. Why did you choose to be in the UK?
No, it's based on your statement that people should not join the military.
No, people who don't want to join. I'm not talking of people should not. Oh, you see, you're misquoting me. I'm not saying people should not join the military. I'm saying you have to make the military enticing for people to join. by
Give them a sense of
presenting it
reason.
well, by making people understand that this is nationhood, you must come in. And they must see reasons why, because the people you want to bring in, they are not idiots. They are not robots. They think.
Actually, they want to join the military. That's the truth. A lot of people bribe to join the military. You don't know that. People are poor in Nigeria. And when
You see,
they join
now,
military,
what did you
they give
just
them
say?
money.
What did you just say?
People are poor in Nigeria
That is
and
the
they
point.
want to join the military.
Can you now see something?
But my point is
People
that
are poor.
yes.
Can you see another reason now?
Hold on
People
now.
are poor,
of course,
they can now become tools to oppress themselves and oppress others.
Everybody, we are all tools some way or the other. Don't you know that in America, many of them join the military just to get free housing and all the rest of that comes with it? That's people
true.
are tools
That's
some way or
true.
the other. Why do you always act as
wait.
if this is only unique?
How many
to us?
people do that? How many military get that in Nigeria? Like, yes, and you can vouch that, yes, this is good sense of living. Look,
That's part of the welfare we're talking about.
Most people that go to work, they are going to work for their own selfish interest. They're not necessarily about the job. Most people, some people love their job, while most just go to work for their own selfish interest, not for the goal of the CEO of that company. They just want to take the box, do all their job, and go home because of the salary, not because they love the CEO or they love the company. You see that? That is the truth of life. So if you are saying people are going to work for the military because they are getting money, it's the same truth.
No. To Nigeria, you're mixing things up, but no problem. I think I'll still be quiet. Let me listen to.
No,
you guys.
You can still. If you have something to add to the fact that Nigerians are joining the military because they need the money, because it's objectively true that a lot of people do that.
Wait, you see, if you are a government that we have all together given our powers of governance, our power of security, protection, and everything, we simply put it together and say, okay, government take. You don't think like us again. You shouldn't think like the average Nigerian, average person, because you have all the powers. You should think like the one who should use the powers well.
And a lot of responsibility.
Thank you very much for that. So when you're in that vantage point, you shouldn't be thinking myopically because an average person should want to join the military because they must eat. No. An average Nigerian should join the military because this is their country and we must make it their country. That is how you project it. And you must do everything. Please, let me just start. And it is not by statement, it is by action. What are you doing to show that this is your country to the average Nigerian to believe in the military? What are you doing? What have been done?
Without that, you shouldn't join the military.
I'm not saying you should. You see, you're still misunderstanding.
No, I'm asking. That's why I'm asking, just to clarify.
What is my point? My point is, I can't force a Nigerian to join the military. It is his decision or a decision to make. However greedy he wants to be, to his level, he is right to be greedy. But if I am in the leadership, my responsibility is to make sure that greedy people are not many amongst the numbers of people who can make that decision. But how do I convince each and every one of them to be less greedy? Is by showing them and leading them the path that they can see the result and trust my decision making to make sure that, yes, I don't need to be greedy to get exactly what my greed will get me.
So you are saying that when people join the military, let's say 10 people join the military because of money, chances are that one of them is actually a gifted person for
you still don't get my
the
point.
profession.
You still don't get my point.
Okay, let me try to summarize your point quickly. Your point is that the leadership is terrible, and if they do a better job, they would inspire people to join the military for the right reasons.
I'm not saying they are terrible. I don't want to use that statement. But can they do a better job?
Oh, they are terrible. Yes. I would say they are terrible.
Well, that is left to your mind to make. I wouldn't say that.
I know.
You get my point.
I understand. I'm visiting Nigeria next week.
But that is not even my point.
Like, he's being careful now. He's being careful.
I don't want to get caught.
Yeah.
But the thing is this, I believe if we don't see greed in the leadership itself, and we see that whatever resources is being given to them even though small, is judiciously used for that same purpose, that we can come to a conclusion that yes, the resources are not enough. That is why we are not getting the results. Not that we do not even use the resources. So how can we even trust the result? Now, you see, there are two different things. For me as a person, if I'm going to join the military, these are what I want to see. I want to see a leadership that uses the resources well, who question themselves and say, why are we not using the resources the right way for those who don't use it the right way? And from there, I begin to trust the system, because I realize that this is the number of people who can make that decision. And you know that if I see that decision, it doesn't matter your religion or your race, I will follow you. Because I will understand that you are not deciding for anybody. You are simply deciding for everybody. I will follow you. I don't care who you are.
So that means there's no pride in being Nigerian.
No, that's the point. Look, in my opinion, I see that until the leadership, look, Nigeria is a space that you can as well become anything you want to be. If you want to be a great nation in that country, yes, you can grow that nation to be great. But it starts from the top, in my opinion, that come, let us lead this sense of people to have pride in their nation.
For me, then, I don't think it starts from the top. In reality,
I get your point. Wait, in reality, you might want to say, but the reality won't fix it permanently. It will rather
try to understand where I'm coming from. Like from your perspective, I understand why you say it starts from the top, because in reality, when you really want to transform the system, you have to start from people at the top. But to create
buying uniforms,
to create these people at the top, it has to start from the base. But
not in a situation like we have in Nigeria presently. You wanted to say, well, buying uniforms of military, I have to pay out of their pocket. That's what you want to say, right?
No, I'm even just pointing to, there's dignity in all of these things. Even to uniforms itself, to the house you live. There's a way that you take care of things. Look, there's a way you take care of your house. I know that you're a tenacious person, and I know that you are well behaved. I don't know if I have the right word. You go to somebody's house, and from the way it is organized, you know that this person is putting a lot of effort to make this house welcome and hospitable for anybody that comes in.
So these are
the house won't fix itself.
These are lower level problems, lower tier problems.
You call it lower tier. You call it lower tier, but if you want results, those are the real tier. Do you know why they let you understand that leadership is different from management?
It's not true. You see, just because you wish it to be true doesn't make it true. This is the objectivity that you have to discipline yourself to have. I just told you while you are here, you didn't live here, you were hearing me, maybe you just didn't pay attention, that the Chinese people were living on rations. They were not enjoying themselves. There was famine in the country.
Wait.
There was famine, and they were living on rations.
Were they infamous among themselves, or they unitedly enjoyed the famine and said, "No, we are going to grow this nation"?
What was the situation? What was the situation on the ground? Was it that there was grains in storages, and the people at the top were sharing them amongst themselves, or the country was just naturally disadvantaged from growing food for the entire population? So we always have to take these things into context too before we keep harping on, the Chinese didn't have grains.
It's a fair point. The decision of the Communist Party led to a massive famine that caused the death of, by Western estimates, almost 50 million people in that country. Can you imagine?
What decision? What decision did the Communist Party take?
Because communist system, they kind of commandeer people to go and do national projects, and they'll say these people are responsible for farming. So, but the yield of the farming wasn't as much as they expected, and they had some kind of weird superstitious thing that, at least from the West, they are saying that they implemented that didn't work. So, and that kind of stuff led to a lot of famine. A lot of people died. They were living on rations and they still went ahead and built their nuclear weapons while they were doing that. And the same thing with Russia. Russia, they were, oh my God, they were.
But
Russia,
the situation on the ground in the world at that time necessitated that the countries that could had to go nuclear. I almost said nuclear. They had to go nuclear.
Mm-hmm.
It necessitated that.
Why
We're talking about the end of World War II, for example. And then there was the brewing of the Cold War, which people at that time were not sure if an impending World War III was on the horizon. So and after seeing what the United States did to Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like you always bring up, everybody became scared and tentative and saying, listen, we have to build up our arsenal. United States, France, Germany. Well, again, Germany wasn't even in the play because they had been split by the Cold War. So it wasn't like one reason. They were like every other thing that happens in world politics. There are different tentacles. There are different arms of an octopus, right?
Yeah.
So World War II was there. Korea had just happened. Vietnam was on the horizon. The United States is ratcheting up all its nuclear silos. Russia is there. The space war, this race to space is happening. Economic wars are being fought. So they had
everything you said is true, and it's part of the way I try to explain this thing. And the way you put it is slightly different from the way I put it, because I just go about explaining why they did what they did. But you literally described the scenario during that period that necessitated that action. My position is that if you can borrow some other person's wisdom and act without waiting for it to happen to you first or come to you. That is the whole point of security. Security is to anticipate danger that's coming for the future, not when it has arrived. It's too late. You see my point? So that is the way I think.
You can always, I'll tell you, like I've always reiterated on here. I think everybody would agree that, especially since we have an aggressive sole superpower in the United States, especially with the dispensation of this regime of Donald Trump that has taken to breaking every law, every international treaty, every agreement, every rule that the world came together after World War II to put together. Since we have to deal with that, I think everybody would agree that it is imperative that Africa goes nuclear. Everybody agrees on that. I think everybody would agree Africa has to be able to defend itself, especially we had a threat less than 60 days ago where the United States was threatening to attack a sovereign Nigeria, not just any country, but the most influential Black country on the planet. That is a problem. And this is a problem that has to be dealt with. But I think where people disagree with you, at least I'll say myself, is that in as much as we agree that Africa has to figure out how to defend itself intercontinentally, it is not happening anytime soon. I'm not saying we shouldn't put measures in place, but I don't think that is our priority right now, especially with the situation on the ground. The best security Nigeria can give itself is making the people enjoy that or cherish that Nigerianness that we are all talking about right now, whereby an invading body, it'll be suicidal for them to come into Nigeria and think they can just attack it and take it over. And this is why I warned against the United States thinking it can just come into Nigeria, especially the northern part, and think they would just sit back and take all the brutality that comes with an American invasion. It was never going to happen. And I know they also came to that realization that maybe we don't want to turn Northern Nigeria, at least, into the next theater and playground for the Muslims all across the world, at least the extremist ones, the jihadists, or even Northern Nigerians themselves who happen to be extremely nationalistic. It wasn't going to happen. So now we understand all these conundrums. What is the solution? It is not nuclear weapons. It is that Nigerianness, that sense of nationalism that is sorely lacking in individual Nigerians. And how do you do that? You have to give them a sense of belonging. You have to give them a sense of reason to say, I would rather die than lose this. Their freedom, justice, their welfare, which encompasses things like education, healthcare, employment. So it's not something Nigeria cannot achieve, but it's just, I think, there's, like Steph said the other day, the will, the political will is lacking.
I think this thing that we do where we overstate the importance of the love people have to have for their nation. People already, like, according to what the British people always say, that I find it a little bit like, I feel like it's not always very credible for them to say that. But maybe they are correct when they said the reason why soldiers fight, they are not fighting for their nation, they are fighting for their friends, their comrades. That's what they are doing.
Which is their nation.
Yeah, but they are not thinking about the larger nation. They're just thinking about the ones that are with them.
No, which is the nation. When they say a man is fighting for the man next to him, is because they have a common belief of both stepping on that battleground to die, which is their nation, the survivability of their nation.
Yeah, but they are literally telling you man next to them, and you're saying it's the nation.
No, I'm telling you, when you're on the battlefield, you're fighting for your nation through the man next to you.
That is the nation next. That is the nation to Nigeria.
They are not changing. No, it's changing it. That's not what they say. The content that they say. Hold on. Okay, maybe I should check it then. Should I check it?
You should check it.
Yeah, maybe it's right. After all, if it's right, it's right. Let me
the
check
nation to you, to Nigeria, is the people around you.
You know, he's thinking the geographical region of a country. Your nation is your citizen next to you that you're willing to take a bullet for. The man next to you that's going to have his face blown off and he's going to have to depend on the VA for the rest of his life. That is the nation standing next to you. You're not mercenaries. You're not going there on an individual basis. You're not going there on your own accord. You're following orders to go die or kill the enemy. And everybody in your unit, everybody in your brigade, everybody is there for the same mission, to defend your country.
See, and okay, let me try to use the precise word because I said, what does it mean when they say soldiers fight for their comrades? But let me change it to fellow soldiers, fight for their fellow soldiers. No. If you want me to read the definition, let me read the definition.
I think sometimes you people want people to come on here and just start boasting. Like, what? There's nothing to read for us. Like,
I will show it, not just read. So they said, when a soldier fights for their comrades, it means they are primarily motivated by loyalty and sense of responsibility to other soldiers in their immediate unit, such as their squad or fire team. In the chaos of combat, this immediate bond is often a more powerful and immediate motivator for action than abstract concepts like fighting for one's country. Shocker. Again.
This guy is
you see how we have a distant, a broken relationship with the truth.
So
when
people that went to
you with the way I hear it, you say I'm wrong. And now I've read it for you.
What do you this is your problem. And this is a Nigerian problem, and I'll tell you right now. You will
be wrong over and over again.
Hold on. You just keep yelling.
What kind of people are that? I don't even understand you guys.
All right, so relax. Let me just explain something to you. You see, this is a Nigerian problem. If Nigerians this is why it's such a boastful society. If you don't put a credential in their face or give them paperwork and say this is, at times it's like when someone speaks, can't you even hear the message in between the lines that they're telling you? And you run into chat, you run into chat GPT as if that is supposed to change my mind on forefathers' definition of the army.
It's not ChatGPT, it's Google. I Googled it, and so
This is
you want
AI
Google
now.
to
Is that
tell
not
me.
Google AI?
You want Google to tell me the definition of the army.
Definition of the army. Seriously, this is the concept here. The concept is well known. It's not new.
Yo, this guy is funny.
It's like
You're
when
still
they
using
give
Google AI. This is AI overview. You
okay,
just put it
let me
now.
go this
AI
one now.
overview.
Let me AI. Do you know what
Bro,
AI is? As somebody with
my
intelligence,
goodness.
you should know
Quora.
that AI collects its data from everything out there, just like a search engine does. But we can
I
go
am
come
not
through
disputing
here.
that fact.
And then
But
why
the
do
thing
we
is
fight?
that what we are saying as humans, we are trying to express what the humanness of our statement. For you to understand what we are looking at, we are giving you reasons, but you seem not to understand. You don't, and the fact that you are locked even make me like this is a lost cause to even argue it more. But I understand your point clearly. I do,
You
and I
see,
think
you see what
it's
you've
nice.
just done. You see what you've just done.
And enjoy yourself tonight, sincerely.
Total lack of
Nobody can.
objectivity. When they give you the results, you reject it. When they give you the answer, you reject it. There is nothing that will change your mind.
Who is a nation to you, to Nigeria? Who is a nation to you?
I was about to ask him something similar.
What a nation to you is your country. The country that you belong to.
How do you feel your country?
Nation.
Who do you experience? And from there you say you experience Nigeria. Do you experience somebody from the north or the people around you?
You experience your country from the people around you, generally, all the time. But you travel around, depending on the way you move around. Sometimes
But
you
they will
just
definitely
take
be
one
the
village.
people around you, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the point we are making. That if you fight for the person around you, you are still fighting for your nation. That person could be your loyal friend, it could be your wife or your daughter, but you transcended that same feeling and it represents the nation. If you talk love your neighbor as yourself, for example, you can't come and love me. You love the person next to you. But that love transcends into everybody, because if everybody loves the person next to them, eventually we all touch ourselves.
Okay, so based on that way you are saying it right now, maybe there is a validity to it when you are looking at it from that point of view. However, the context the statement was made, it's clear what they are saying, because they go on to explain it. And I keep saying, I don't know whether I like that, because often you see them carrying flags and all this. Well, I don't know whether that is true, but they keep saying it. They say it all the time. Do you think they didn't know that they have flags, they have the nation? No, they keep saying these guys are actually motivated because they are just fighting for the guy next to them.
Flag doesn't represent it. It's a symbol of a nation, yes, but that is not. It's just a symbol. It is not the thing itself. It's not the substance. We are the substance of a nation. You, me, everybody that you touch, you interact with. This is the substance of a nationhood. And if you want me to fight for that nationhood, yes. If I fight for my friend because I don't want to lose him, if fights for me because he doesn't want to lose me, then he's fighting for that. If we all fight for ourselves that way, that is a nationhood fighting together.
You see your reasoning is
it's just like a molecule.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something why these people are more correct. Because your assumption is if everybody is fighting for the person next to them, you are going to get a nation. You might actually get the opposite in some scenarios. Do you know that? Because, like you said, somebody is fighting for their own tribe, their own group of people that they like, then they can stratify themselves, and the other side will fight for the people that they like. They will stratify themselves, then they will become a problem. You will get a problem as a result. It doesn't translate to. This is probably why they narrowed it down, because
let me explain something.
Wishy-washy statement is too loose.
Can I say something now? Let us come here. Okay, what is the goal of soldiers fighting?
Thank you. I was going to ask him.
The objective is to win from the point of view of the commander, but most of them sometimes comes down to just survival.
My man is tired.
I don't know, man. Like, you see, this is why you see why I don't want them to come on the panel, because they don't want to talk about truth. They just want to insult you.
No,
and laugh at you.
I'm not
You don't want to be objective. That's exactly what you are doing. Stop pretending that you are not. That's what annoys me. Hold on. Lie all the time. They're just lying.
I'm laughing at Emmy's reaction.
See,
because wait, forefathers, chill. Relax.
Oh,
every army on the planet, okay, their number one objective is to defend their nation, to defend that entity they call a country. It's not about the commander or defending the soldiers. Even the commander's job is to defend the country. The commander-in-chief's job, which is why I noticed even on this show, people came back and back and back again. Like, if Tinubu himself is scared of dying for Nigeria, a statement which you yourself have made, that if he's not willing to die for Nigeria, then maybe he shouldn't be at the helm of affairs. Let me give you something. The motto of the U.S. Army, for example, is we will defend. What do you think that means? It's talking about defending the United States of America.
The sovereignty.
Let me line. 1 second, just 1 second. So in so doing, you have to defend your comrade next to you. You have to defend the man next to you. Your loyalty is not to your commander. Your loyalty is not just to the soldier. Your loyalty is to the motherland. It's to the defense of your country. This is the essence of a modern army. That's what they instituted for, to defend the nation.
Yeah, I think the question I had was, what does a soldier fight for? In the army, I said, following what the commander is doing. But an army obviously is to fight for their nation. And just to be clear, the army doesn't. Many armies, you think they swear allegiance to the nation. They swear allegiance either to the constitution, to the party, to the crown, stuff like that. They are not swearing.
The Constitution is the nation. What are you talking about? Why do you always like to? Again, I'm not trying to put you down. Why do you always try to win?
This is the kind of nonsense we do again. Now the Constitution, just because you want to make a point. You are not a poet.
Forefathers, if you swear allegiance to your Constitution, who are you swearing allegiance to?
The Constitution.
And what makes the Constitution that powerful? Because everybody,
this thing is hilarious.
This is the book we live by.
See,
and
let me tell you. Let me let you know the difference. If the Constitution provides a president, and the president gives an order that says go after the people, even if the majority of the people are on the other side of the Constitution, that's just because the Constitution gives the president the power.
Which people? Go after which people?
Go after the citizens. Let's say the job. Hold on. Let's say by some conceptual scenario,
Let me
give you an example. Something happens that requires the president to assert his power against the citizens. The military are bound. Hold on. The military are bound to obey the president based on the constitution, that constitutional power that he has. Like when they are not allowed to obey fake orders or the illegal orders. The illegal orders can be very
forefathers. You're my guy. You need to read more.
I'm not even finished what I'm saying. I'm not even.
Go ahead. You don't have to fight. Go ahead. So I'll still break it.
I'm gonna be ending this thing soon anyway. So I don't need this. I'm tired of this kind of attitude. So it's obvious. The UK, they swear allegiance to the Queen. There's a reason why they do that. I don't understand why people keep arguing over nothing. There's a reason why they do that. They do that in China too. They swear allegiance to the party. Why do they not swear allegiance to the nation? It's so weird. Don't you think that something's off there? They are doing that because when it comes down to it, the military has to obey their commander-in-chief.
Systems of government, you like conflicting issues, and this is why I would say, and just give me the chance, I know you'll try to cut me off the moment you don't like what you hear. Systems of government are different. The party of China, for example, still has a constitution. They run it. It's a one-party state. They're in charge of it. It is their nation. The United Kingdom, I don't know how you guys are structured, but I would assume you have a constitution placing the monarchy at the head, right? It still has a constitution that has to be followed. Unwritten constitution, which they still have to follow. So different systems of government. Now, I would assume that when we all started talking, we were talking, at least myself, making reference to modern army structures. We were talking about democracies. Now, to the example that you gave, if you've really read about Nigeria, your country, your birth country, and understand its history, you would not make the statements you made. And I say that because one of the reasons that led to the problems in the Western region was when Nnamdi Azikiwe gave an order to the police, even to the army, and they refused it. They said he was not constitutionally authorized to make the requests he made. He tried to say it was subordination. They proved him wrong.
He was not the head of state.
Whatever it was, he was the president. The bottom line is it goes against.
State was the prime minister.
Good. So again, the bottom line is it goes against your premise that, well, if the commander-in-chief gives an authorization, let me bring you to the United Nations, to the United States. The reason why we have the Second Amendment is to forestall that kind of scenario that you gave us. If you give an order that is unconstitutional, which has happened even in recent times, multiple times, the people in charge of what that, they will disobey it. So, for example, the second
disobeyed Trump.
So multiple times. So but again, this is someone that's also violating the tenets of the Constitution. All right, so I don't think that would even be a good example. Having said that, the Second Amendment, this is why the Second Amendment gives us the rights to a militia. And this is actually why the Founding Fathers made the Second Amendment in the Constitution. It allows, if you are facing a tyrannical government, the citizens, the ordinary citizens, the civilians, to form a militia to take over that government. This is in the Constitution of the United States. So without wavering, the loyalty of a soldier is not only to his commander-in-chief, it is to the nation. In fact, the commander-in-chief's loyalty is to the Constitution, which means the nation. Americans, for example, just like in Nigeria, do not work for the people at the top. The people at the top, based on the Constitution, work. They are servants of the citizens. So you can't just give.
So the scenario you are painting here is all you need is Supreme Court justices, House of Assembly members. You get them, change any rules, whether it's against the people or not. The military will have to obey the law and the Constitution. And
I don't know what you're saying. Rephrase it.
My point is that by swearing allegiance to the Constitution, it is disconnecting them from the people to an extent, because sometimes events can occur where the people that govern the people are on the other side of the constitution. They are on the right side of the constitution, but the people are on the other side. But
Then you change.
You will have to obey the constitution and do things against the people.
So why do you understand the premise of law and order? I say it respectfully.
When you ask somebody that talks about these things quite often, it's crazy that you're asking.
No, it's not crazy. No. I think what's crazy is that you do not understand how these things work, even though you deem yourself that the fact that you talk about them all the time makes you some kind of expert on the issue. If you don't even understand the simple structure that everybody on a soil is subject to the Constitution, what then are you talking about? Every single body is subject to the written laws of that country. That is why it's called the Constitution.
But that is true, yes. But if the president makes let's say there's some kind of incident that occurs, the president say, you know what, I need to nuke that city because of this national security threat. You might consider it against this illegal order, but that is his power. Now you have to do it because that is what the Constitution says. But if you are swearing allegiance to the people, you will not. You see the difference? You will not. And people don't like that because it's more. I think people that have found nations, for some reason, I don't fully understand it yet. I think it's because they think it's more reasonable to empower the constitution or the party instead of empowering the people themselves. I'm not sure why. You should ask yourself that question too. Why is it that they put it on the constitution, not the people? You could have just said, I swear allegiance to the people. You could have just said, I swear allegiance to the people of the country, not necessarily the constitution. You see what I mean?
No, I don't get it.
By the constitution. You can, like, when a military is swearing allegiance, they could just swear allegiance to the people, knowing that they are going to still uphold the constitution, like every other person, law-abiding person does. You see what I mean?
No, I still don't. I'm not getting it.
No, see, when the military swears allegiance to the constitution, why is it that they chose that they should swear allegiance to the constitution when they could easily swear allegiance to the people of that nation, the citizens of that nation?
The people are the Constitution. Okay, for example,
different things. There are two different things.
For example,
there are two different things.
How does the American Constitution start?
We the people. I don't know. I know you have.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's it. We the people.
Yes, but it's still a paper and a document that they are swearing allegiance to. I gave you the scenario.
An agreement that the whole country has come together, supposedly the whole country. That is the agreement that they've all come together, that this is what binds us and this is what we're going to follow. That's what the Constitution is.
The people, did they say we all the people, all citizens of America? See, there's a reason why I keep saying it. Okay, let me give you an example. How about the Queen of the UK?
Just to help.
Give you an example. The concept. So sorry. Let me just give him this one so he can try to get the point I'm making. Why is it that the UK they swear allegiance to the crown? Why? It's the same concept I'm trying to convey to you, that there's something about that. Why they do that?
The systems are different. They're not. Every system is not the same. In the end, there has to be a supreme authority or the semblance of one.
And but that is where the military swears allegiance to. That is the point I'm trying to get.
But as time,
they're not swearing allegiance to the people or the nation. It's to that individual or that party or that document. That's what you tend to see.
Right, based on their system. And again, like I said, as we were talking, if you notice, I kept using the term modern army. So again, I'm going to reiterate. When I use the term modern army, I was talking in terms of a democracy. Maybe not necessarily throughout, but a democracy. So the structure, again, remember the argument was, who is the man next to you fighting for? This was how it devolved into all of this, or evolved into all of this. So it started from you and Emmett talk about the man in the battlefield. Then now we start talking about systems of government. So it's not just, we're not looking at just the UK. You also brought up China. You also, and I brought up places like Nigeria and places that emulating like the United States.
The purpose of, I feel like the idea was to, in case when situations arise, when the people are on the other side and the government are on the other side, so that the military will know where they have to take their orders. Because if they put their orders on the people, they will disobey their commander-in-chief. They will not listen to the commander-in-chief, and it might actually not be good.
You have to listen to the Constitution.
Yeah, the Constitution. In the case of China, is a party. In the case of the United
Kingdom,
but
we're not talking about China. You keep conflating issues. If they, I mean,
we are not talking about the same thing. I keep trying to get you to see the concept. You are busy trying to talk about America.
Okay,
I'm trying to tell you the concept that what is happening there. That
if you said the army in China right now, who is the army, or what is the army in China? What is their primary function? Who are they constitutionally authorized to defend? The chairman of the party or the country of China itself, the sovereignty of China?
The people, what they defend is the people they take the law from. That they take the
no. I mean, is that what you've seen, or is what forefathers is feeling like?
No, hold on. The people that when you swear an oath to somebody, because there is a difference actually. Let me try to explain it once. If you swear allegiance to a party, like in the case of China, it means that that party's loyalty is what you have. If the party says attack the nation, you attack the nation. If the party says attack another nation, attack another nation. That is what it is. You might not see it.
Is it based on forefathers, or is it based on the Chinese constitution?
No, it's based on the Chinese constitution. It's based on all constitutions. Almost all of them do the same thing. I keep telling you, you're not listening.
All constitutions.
I don't have any
loyalty but many to of them the commander-in-chief.
Not even to the commander-in-chief. It's either to some like in the case of the UK, the crown, like a throne, and then in the case of America.
But that's different. The systems are different. Again,
but one thing they have in common,
we were talking about Nigeria.
Hold on. One thing they have in common is that they are not swearing allegiance directly to the people.
All right, so let's go back home, because this is why I said sometimes we always have this problem where you start discussing, and because again you want to win it, then you take it elsewhere, and then we're all over the place. So it was about Nigeria, the Nigerian army. Let's take it back.
Okay.
Without deviating all over the place. Who do you think the Nigerian army should defend? The president or the nation? It's not that hard. I mean, based on what you're saying. Or you think it's the president?
No. In terms of defending, generally should, of course, they should defend the nation. But it doesn't mean that they can't use them to attack the nation.
What is the primary objective of the Nigerian army?
Defense.
Of what? Or who?
Of the nation.
So what are we arguing about?
But they can still attack some part of the nation. Whatever contradicts what the army, the commander-in-chief wants to do. You are not understanding my point. You are conflating two different things. It's like saying a gangster, how do I put it, a hoodlum or whatever you call it, gangsters, they listen to their boss. It doesn't mean that same boss is not going to order them to do something that against somebody that they like. They will still have to obey it. That's how militaries behave. They will swear allegiance to, even if their duty is to defend the nation, but because they swear allegiance to, say, a constitution or a president or a crown, that is what they are going to listen to. When the time comes, they will listen to that.
Can I add more to that? Also, that's why the army sometimes have mutiny if they tend to disagree with the commander-in-chief.
they can have mutiny, in response to say, oh, we don't want to follow your command or something. That's why you have mutiny by the army. They can carry out mutiny or in response. Like, I mean, look at what happened. I can use an example, like, just last year or 2 years ago with Russia, when some of the army that went to fight in Ukraine, the military guys, one of the head of the military at that time, I can't remember his name now, Prigozhin, actually was protesting against the Russian government, against Putin, right? And as a result of that, part of the army wanted to have mutiny. Then there was tension, right? And eventually they did not follow the instruction. Eventually they had to come to a negotiation. Then they reached an agreement with the Russian government before they continued fighting in Ukraine. So the point I'm making is that, like, if there's a disagreement with the central authority, there are ways in which the army responds, But yeah.
Yeah, okay, look at that. That is very interesting what I'm looking at here, actually. They said, in the case of Nigeria, which is quite interesting, actually, the Nigerian military army, they technically swear allegiance to the country. The Nigerian army swears allegiance to the country. And but check what the UK this thing swears allegiance to.
Yeah.
I don't know how you got so irritating, really. I don't know when you pick up this rotten habit of becoming so irritating. The UK service members swear allegiance to the British in the British Army on enlistment. The oath on this thing goes like this: I swear to God, I swear to Almighty, be faithful and allegiance to His Majesty the King Charles, his heirs, successors. They are swearing allegiance to the King Charles, his heirs, and his successors. Like, literally, like, the nation is not even like part of the deal. Like, nations are different. That's my point. And the idea that in the case of Nigeria, that's very interesting, that the Nigerian army actually swears allegiance to Nigeria, which is fascinating because the US one don't. They swear allegiance to the Constitution. That's what they do.
Every modern army, okay, you can call me irritating once you find out the truth and get pissed off. I think you think everybody comes on here to just talk. I think that's what you always think. That's why I always ask you to clarify or ask you what your experience in an issue or your experience in an issue is. And it's always obvious
what I find irritating is not your argument, it's your attitude.
No, you get irritated because you want to be right and then you find out you're wrong.
It's not your argument. It's not your argument. It's your attitude to discussion.
All right, so let me
the argument by showing those irritating attitudes.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again. I didn't even say anything. I laughed, which was I actually cackled, which is my prerogative, because we've taken the better part of how many minutes trying to let you understand that systems are different, the difference between constitutionality and the geographical region of the entity of the country. These things are not things that you should be arguing. And you're the one that came on here talking about people argue based on sentiments. And you got upset. You pinged that post when I said most times, basically, because you're not versed on these issues, and there's nothing wrong, like Femi said, in saying I didn't know, because I know Femi from last year. I've been here almost about a year now, and I remember how Femi would talk about certain issues and how he talks about them now. So people go through changes of enlightenment. We all do that every day. For me, I learn that. Oh, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? But I think with you think, oh, if I know everything, or if someone that I don't like says something contrary, even if they're right, even if you need to just ask questions like, yo, how? You know what I mean? Or go check. Not everybody just talks out of their mouth like most of the people that you were criticizing on me. You know what I mean? So I think it's preposterous to think that the army's loyalty in this day and age, especially if most people are emulating Western systems of governments, to think that the way they will structure their army would not be to their nation. I mean, this is what we've been complaining about on the show, how there's no sense of nationalism. There's no sense of nationhood in Nigeria. So I think it'll just be, again, not being condescending, but it will be common sense. to just know. And even if you've never been in the army, go check and say, let me check. Instead of, oh, it's my sentiment, this is how I feel, and this is the, yeah, they have to be.
Check
no.
what? What are you talking about?
Nigeria,
Check what, that the
again.
defends their nation. How?
Yes, that the loyalty
You
of
know
the.
that.
You obviously didn't know it if it was shocking to you just now.
Oh my God. I see you are conflating two things. I keep trying to tell you. I'm saying that the swearing of allegiance is different from defending the nation.
Oh my God.
Is it not two different things to you? You don't see that.
What did you just find out that you said was shocking to you, or you want to rewind it for us to watch? You
I said
say
the Nigerian army swears allegiance to the country.
Which was shocking to you?
No, I said I am surprised, not shocking.
What is the difference? What is the synonym for shocking?
Shocking.
Electrifying.
It depends on how you look at it now.
Surprising. Perplex is also a synonym for you don't have to. This is the ego at play again.
Oh my God, there are degrees.
This is the ego at play again.
You always like to. Okay, fine. Concede that point. Let me get
shocking.
To that point.
So let me get. I was speaking. I was speaking.
That's why you were asking me, because I was talking.
No. I was
what
okay.
I meant. You remember?
No, I didn't ask you what you meant. I was making a statement.
Surprising. Okay.
Then you interrupted.
Okay, say what you want to say.
So again, for you to be shocked that the Nigerian army is loyal to the country, I think that's just preposterous. It's preposterous. Like, go check. If you're not sure of something, there's nothing wrong in saying there's a computer in front of
now,
you and saying,
you are going further again. Stop where you started. The point was that we are talking about swearing allegiance. If I didn't say I know what the Nigerian government, what the Nigerian military swears allegiance. So that's why I went to check. Remember? That's why I went to check.
After how long? After how long that we beat around the bush?
We were talking about America.
China.
Oh my God!
You took us to China.
You see that? You asked the question, you want to answer it. We were talking about America, and I talked about China. I talked about the other. Then when we came to Nigeria, I told you I didn't know, and I went and checked. What is the problem with that? I am being honest.
But that's not what happened.
Tackling, trying to insinuate
that's
something
not,
somebody didn't say, and all that stuff.
No. People are listening to us, and you have the recordings. Yes, and you have the recordings you can go back to.
Tell me what I tried to imply, please.
I'm not going to go back. I don't have no interest in going back. Let's move forward. Yes, I am slow, but I know the difference between the Constitution.
Your argument was about the military swearing allegiance to something, either a constitution, a party, or stuff like that, but not necessarily to the people. That's what I was trying to tell you, not necessarily to the people. But somehow you keep switching it to.
No, we were talking about. No. You're not going to turn a soccer field into a hockey rink.
Okay.
It started off, again, he's going to interrupt me. It started off with you and Emmy talking about what would you consider the man standing next to you on a battlefield in a properly conscripted army. The man next to you, your fellow soldier, who is he defending? That was how we started off. And then you started taking off all, you started taking us all over the place. That was where it started.
You were wrong on that too. You were factually wrong on that. And you tried to
it was you and Emmy. No. I know your ego is still kicking in. It was you and Emmy. It wasn't me and you that were going at it.
Yeah,
it was you and Emmy.
Did you join him?
So who is a Nigerian soldier defending? You just read it yourself. You still insist it's the commander in chief? Oh, now
no.
You're
see, hold on. Don't make the mistake. All militaries defend the nation primarily. All militaries defend the nation. But I keep telling you that was not the point I was making. I don't know why somebody tells you with their own words that is not the point, because I know you kept saying, what is the duty of a military? I'll keep telling you, it's to defend the nation, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that they are swearing allegiance to these institutions because at some critical points in history, they might need to act against part of their citizens, because that means if they swear allegiance to that citizen, they may not be able to act against the citizens. They have to listen to their constitution and their commander-in-chief at that point. That is how a nation seems to function. But in the case of Nigeria, they actually swear allegiance to the country to an extent, and to be fair,
to an extent, or in totality.
To an extent, they swear allegiance to the nation. They talked about, the federal republic.
To an extent, so show us the other extent where they're not swearing allegiance to the nation.
Because they didn't write the full oath. So all I saw.
What do you mean?
Pardon? I didn't see the full oath.
Come on, man.
You want me to tell you a lie? I'm telling you what I saw. You don't act the general truth of it is that they are swearing allegiance to the nation. I didn't deny that. I told you that's what I saw.
Who is Tinubu? Who is Tinubu working for?
The Nigerian people.
So he's a servant of the Nigerian people.
Yes.
So why would the military, using that a commonsensical approach, why would the military's oath of allegiance be to him and not to the people?
Because in the case of the Nigerian military, because they've sworn allegiance to the people, and which could mean they could turn on Tinubu from that point of view even. So you see, which is weird. But in the case of the American Constitution, because they swear allegiance to the Constitution, even if 80% of American citizens believe something else, as long as the House of Legislative, the courts, and
let's backtrack a bit. Let's backtrack a bit. I know you're getting to a place where you just want to prove that you're right again. Let's backtrack a bit.
If I want to prove that I'm right, and then
right. Hold up.
Block it.
Hold up. You're not proving. You're doing. Let's not start fighting. So we'll throw the baby out.
Stop me from talking.
So because you're going on that tangent where you have to prove that you're right.
I want to finish my point.
That we haven't heard before. All right, go ahead.
Allow them to finish their point, and you try to delay my thought even. So,
all right.
In the case of the Nigerian Constitution, because they swear allegiance to the nation, Tinubu could be found this thing against the nation sometimes, and the military can go after him. But in the case of America, because they swear allegiance to the Constitution, all the the military needs is the people, the House of Congress, Senate, the president. They decide something, and even if 80% of the nation is against them, they don't care. They'll get it done. Period. Because that's what the Constitution says. Because it's for the military swear allegiance to the Constitution.
So wait. The Nigerian army swears allegiance to who?
The country.
The country.
Yep.
And America swears allegiance to who?
The Constitution.
The Constitution. In the context of Nigeria, who do you think the country is? When they swear, where is that oath coming from?
I don't understand. Repeat the question again.
When the Nigerian army swears to defend the country under the laws, where do you think the oath is coming from? What do you think governs the oath that the Nigerian army swears by?
What governs the oath?
Don't think too much. Is the Constitution?
No, I'm actually thinking about what. That's an interesting question. What governs?
Yeah, it's the Constitution. It's the Constitution. It's the Constitution. So wording might be different. The bottom line is Nigeria is also emulating the federal system, the constitutional system of the United States. So the wording might not start off with "we the people," but the primary context of the language would be that they are all swearing allegiance to the constitution of those countries. which is Nigeria's
Although,
primary
you see,
oath
this
is
is
governed
the
by the
caveat.
Constitution.
You see, this is the caveat there that I have to be careful about, and it should have added that they swear allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the armed forces of Nigeria commander-in-chief at all times.
Yes, because the commander-in-chief is the chief law enforcement officer of the nation. So he's also bound by the Constitution.
Yeah, I think I know
He
that.
he's also being governed by the rules laid down under the Constitution. That's all it is.
That's true. Let me see the US one too, whether they even add that part of it, the commander-in-chief. Because they may add it sometimes in the solemn swear. I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against enemy, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear the truth and faith and allegiance, and that I will obey the orders of the president. You see, it's quite similar, really. It's quite similar.
The same language might just be different. But the president also has to abide by the Constitution. So that's why.
And I gave you a scenario. I just gave you a scenario just now. Like, American population might be against something, but because the Constitution says all you need is the Congress, the Senate, and the president, if they decide on something, like in the case of Israel, you have no power against them.
Yes, we do. You know what I mean? This is why we have the Second Amendment enshrined in the Constitution to be able to change tyrannical governments. There's also that caveat. Hold on, just hear me out.
Hold on. Did they say the Second Amendment is to potentially overthrow the government?
Yes.
Okay, let me.
Yes, in the case of a tyrannical government, the United States citizens are allowed to form and regulate a well-regulated militia. So we are allowed to form militias if we are faced with a tyrannical government.
Okay, they say the Second Amendment of the United States, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of the free state, the rights of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So it says the right introduces militia liberty, important to defense and liberty, consider important to defense and liberty. The right of the people to keep and bear arms guarantees that individuals have rights to possess and carry weapons shall not be infringed. The legal listing. Does it say anything about being able to remove government? Let me just find out.
What do you think a militia is? A well-regulated militia means it is outside the tentacles and the control of the federal government. That's what a militia is. That is why we're allowed to carry arms. That's why the right to bear arms is sacrosanct in the Constitution.
Yeah, I wanted to find out that. No, you see, I asked, does it say or imply to use it to overthrow a government when necessary? He says no. The Second Amendment does not say or imply that the individuals have the right to overthrow the government. Let me. Yeah, I don't know. Where did you get? Okay, did I get that wrong?
Where did I get it?
Yeah, what did I say? No, I mean, where did I get it wrong? Did I ask a question wrong? If you want me to change the question, I can rephrase it. Because the question is about Second Amendment. If it says it's not meant to overthrow the government, where did you get that part from?
You just don't run around overthrowing a government that is legal. The Second Amendment, and maybe you want to check court precedents, okay, is in place and enshrined. And this also allows people the right to bear arms. It is in there in case you are facing a tyrannical government. He doesn't say, well, I don't like the president's face. I'm just going to get 10 of my boys and we're going to shoot it up at the White House. No, that's not what he says. You're facing a tyrannical government. It is not against the Constitution for the citizens of a state or a municipality to form a militia. and say this government
I'm
keeps
trying to ask the
violating
question.
this government keeps violating the Constitution of the United States, we're going to take it over. This is just what the Second Amendment says. It doesn't say, oh, the government is doing good. Oh, I don't like people voted Republican or Democrat. We're going to take them over. No, the government keeps violating the rights of the people. Tyrannical. It is under the Constitution that you can form a militia and get rid of them, which you would call a coup in other parts of the world.
Yeah, but they are struggling to say that it is okay. Let me see the philosophical view. That's the most flexible one. The amendment was influenced by the concern that citizens should be able to defend themselves against oppression. Legal view today, the Second Amendment protects the right to own and carry arms for lawful purposes, not rebellion. So, you see, that philosophical one is where you fall in. Maybe you are right from that point of view. That maybe
no, you're looking at the court precedent. When people probably went to court and disputed why their rights to bear arms was being infringed, and they'll say, well, yeah, you have the right to bear arms, but maybe you shouldn't be thinking about rebellion. But the Constitution
today it's not for that. So if you try that
exactly, but the Constitution of the United States actually authorizes and grants the right of the citizens to be able to form militias in the face of a tyrannical government.
I want to read that. That philosophical one seems to imply that they did it because they were worried that it could be kind of a tyrannical. This thing is part of the reason why they introduced it. But I think let's leave it at there. We've covered enough ground. We found that even as much as we like to believe, I would be generous to say both of us have work to do with our relationship to the truth. Personally, if I'm to state one thing, we should be able to hear each other out and try to, how do I put it? Yeah, just hear each other out, and maybe there will be something to be learned. That should be it, really. Yeah. Have you got anything to say before we close out?
No.
All right. Thank you for coming in. And Aladdin Kelly, I see you there, Aladdin Kelly. Dickerfield, I see you there. Tay Girl for Life. Thank you for joining us. And this was supposed to be brief, really. It went a bit too long, to be fair. OBM4. I'm seriously beginning to think that I should just have some time do online and take questions and answer the questions precisely as much as possible with people. Because when they are jousting you and arguing with you, that is not getting to the truth necessarily. That is teaching you how to argue. It's not teaching you how to get to the truth of a specific question necessarily. It's teaching you how to argue, speak, and stuff like that. So thank you all for joining us on this live stream. I really do enjoy the topic, and I hope it's something that people come back and have a look at again. And if you haven't liked, please like, share, and subscribe, because these discussions, as you can see, disagreements, all the rest, it means that people are, spilling their hearts out here, trying to be honest with their opinions, and it's a good sampling of what is going on out there. So I thank you all for joining me today. So I will play us out with our Ibani people of River State. Bye, everyone.
You will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes. shoes, yeah,